Chapter 1792. Night gradually fell. Noah came out of his room and prepared to go to the place where the girls in the team were and have dinner with them. In the end, after thinking so much, I still can't figure out the purpose of the elf messenger named Red Lotus. Even her identity seems so mysterious. According to Gray and Vath, the first time they noticed the existence of Red Lotus was a very accidental situation. It was mentioned before that the merchants of the Skeleton Alliance would often sneak into the Academy city where the Elven Academy was located and sell spell engravings to some students who were thirsty for power. As the Dean of the Elven Academy, Gray and Vath naturally wouldn't turn a blind eye to this matter. Therefore, they had been arranging for people to monitor the movements of the Skeleton Alliance. And the base of the Skeleton Alliance was in the Alpha Theocracy. In the process of monitoring the Skeleton Alliance, Gray and Vath discovered the existence of Red Lotus. She even found out that she was wantonly purchasing military elves through the channels of the Skeleton Alliance. She inquired about the location of those lonely and helpless elf messengers and recruited them under her command. From the actions of Red Lotus, Gray and Vath found something wrong, so they had been paying attention to the movements of Red Lotus. It was under such circumstances that Gray and Vath got the information that Red Lotus was preparing to participate in the Elven Sword Dance Festival. Gray and Vath, who were keenly aware that something terrible would happen if such a dangerous person won the Elven Sword Dance Festival, finally began to feel nervous. Therefore, later on, the appearance of Noah made Gray and Vath have the idea of training him and letting him participate in the Elven Sword Dance Festival to stop Red Lotus. In addition, Gray and Vath also found out that Red Lotus and Lotus were secretly in contact. However, Gray and Vath did not expect that Lotus would actually walk together with Red Lotus, and even attend the sword dance of the fairies as a representative of the Alpha Theocracy. 4 years ago, the Academy was destroyed due to some unknown incident. Lotus escaped from that place and met me. She spent the next year with me and didn't know anyone other than me. However, after the Fairy Sword Dance Festival ended 3 years ago, Lotus mysteriously disappeared. Even though I sent people everywhere to look for news of Lotus, I still couldn't find her whereabouts. It was only when Lotus broke into the Academy and fought with you that I saw her again. I don't know who Lien has been with and what kind of life she has been living in the past 3 years. If even I can't get any information, it proves that Lien's whereabouts have been deliberately hidden by someone. Perhaps Hong Lien is one of the reasons. The above information was told to Noah by Gray and Vath. This made Noah feel that this matter was very strange. He still remembered that Lotus told Noah this when they met in the Academy because of Versilia's matter. An acquaintance told me that Versilia Eva Farangelto might have transplanted the spell rune, and it was because of me. Gray and Vath said that after coming out of the Academy, until the end of the Fairy Sword Dance Festival, Lotus only had contact with her and didn't know anyone else. So where did this so-called acquaintance come from? Moreover, Lotus also said that the reason why she knew that Versilia might have transplanted the spell rune was because her acquaintance told her that Versilia had been in contact with the people of the Skeleton Alliance. Therefore, Noah had reason to believe that the so-called acquaintance was referring to Hong Lien. After all, Hong Lien had a very deep relationship with the Skeleton Alliance, so it wasn't strange for her to know such news. And if the acquaintance that Lotus was talking about was Hong Lien, then Hong Lien's identity was a little thought-provoking. I remember that Lotus once said that her acquaintance happened to have an extraordinary relationship with Claire and Friana. Noah stroked his chin as he walked forward. Her aura is scorching hot, and she has an extraordinary relationship with Claire and Friana? Noah felt that he seemed to have grasped the key to pointing out Hong Lien's true identity. In addition, Lasti also mentioned that Hong Lien seemed to have formed a contract with a mythical elf. This made Noah's mind flash, and he suddenly stopped in his tracks. It can't be. Noah couldn't help but murmur. Could it be that Hong Lien is that person? If it was really as Noah thought, and Hong Lien was that person, then it wouldn't be a joke. Not to mention other things, if people knew that this person actually participated in the Elven Sword Dance Festival openly and appeared in front of everyone, it would definitely cause an unimaginable uproar. Especially the House of Gods and the Ordesia Empire, they might directly interfere in the Elven Sword Dance Festival and attack Hong Lian. But, that's not right. Noah frowned. If Hong Lian is really the person I think she is, then why would she participate in the Elven Sword Dance Festival? The Elven Sword Dance Festival was actually a large-scale ceremony to offer sacrifices to the Elven King. Elven envoys from all over the continent would perform sword dances during the ceremony, and the most beautiful sword dance would be presented to the Elven King. That was the most fundamental purpose of the Elven Sword Dance Festival. In other words, the Elven King would be watching the entire process of the competition. If Hong Lian was really the person Noah thought she was, then the Elven King wouldn't let her participate, right? Or, even the omnipotent Elven King doesn't know Hong Lian's true identity. Noah felt as if he had found the vine that would lead him to the location of the melon. If Noah were to follow this vine, he would be able to reveal the biggest secret of the Elven Sword Dance Festival to Noah. However, he still couldn't find the location of the melon. Therefore, it was still a long way to go if he wanted to follow the vine to the melon. However, if it's really as I think, and Red Lotus is that person, then we have to consider whether or not we should let Claire and Fianna face her in the finals, or even let them meet. Thinking of this problem, Noah's expression became more or less dignified. At this moment, a voice sounded from behind Noah. "What are you thinking about here alone?" The sudden voice startled Noah. He turned his head and subconsciously looked behind him. In the next second, Noah was stunned and cried out in surprise. "Why is it you?" The person who appeared behind Noah was a young lady with shoulder-length black hair and a beret with a flying dragon emblem on her head. She exuded a strict temperament. She was the trump card of the Dragon Duchy of Doragonia, the leader of the Dragon Emperor Knights Leola Lancaster. "You didn't notice my presence even when I got so close?" Leola looked straight at Noah. This isn't the performance of a powerful elven envoy who is on par with Lyanna Subble. Noah could clearly hear the dissatisfaction in Leola's words. It was a straightforward emotion that one would only have when one's favorite opponent didn't perform as well as one had imagined. Of course, Noah was indeed too focused on thinking and didn't notice Leola's approach. However, that also proved that Leola didn't approach Noah with any evil intentions. If Leola approached Noah with clear hostility, malice, and killing intent, Noah's sensing ability would have reacted and it would be impossible for him not to notice Leola. However, Noah didn't purposely explain and continued to ask. "Why are you here? Why do I feel like I'm being perfunctory?" Leola furrowed her beautiful brows, but soon, she didn't care anymore. "I'm here to look for you." "Look for me?" Noah raised an eyebrow. "Don't tell me you want to have a fight with me again." "That might not be a bad idea, but compared to having a private fight with you here, I'd prefer to have a fair fight with you in the finals of the Elven Sword Dance Festival." Leola didn't hide her thoughts at all. "Before that, let's forget about the private fight." "Is that so?" Noah shrugged. "But who knows when the dragon's blood will awaken again?" "Don't worry, I've already fought enough during the preliminaries. The dragon's blood will only awaken when my thirst for battle is stronger. My thirst for battle hasn't reached that stage yet." Leola looked at Noah and the corners of her lips curled up. "There's only one thing I'm sure of, and that is that the dragon in my body is thirsting for a fight with you." In other words, if there was a chance, Leola would definitely challenge Noah. Chapter 1793. Even though they hadn't known each other for a long time and had only met 2 to 3 times, Noah more or less understood Leola Lancaster. In simple terms, she was a person who was loyal to her instincts. While being a knight, Leola was also a warrior. Perhaps due to her identity as a dragon servant, Magus G, this knight-come-warrior was as competitive as a fierce dragon and was loyal to her instincts. To this young lady, the happiest thing was to be able to find a worthy opponent, right? And it was very obvious that Noah was a worthy opponent in the eyes of this Duke Dragon. Moreover, during the awakening of the dragon blood, Noah had also gotten rid of Leola in a straightforward manner. That situation must have made Leola even more excited, right? "In the beginning, my goal was to fight the strongest sword dancer. But now, compared to Lyenna Subble, I hope to fight you more. Leola looked at Noah with a burning gaze. I hope that during the sword dance of the elves, you can calm the hot blood in my heart and satisfy the thirst of the dragon in me. Let's hope so, Noah said as if he didn't see Leola's burning gaze, avoiding the main point and dwelling on the trivial. So, why are you looking for me? You can consider it as something. The burning battle intent in Leola's eyes calmed down bit by bit. Her gaze didn't leave Noah as she spoke. Before that, I'd like to ask you a question. Noah didn't speak and silently signaled for Leola to continue. Shortly after, Leola spoke. Noah Doria, who exactly are you? This question stunned Noah. Noah didn't expect Leola to ask such a question. What do you mean by who exactly am I? Noah blinked. Didn't the Dragon Duchy of Doragonia already investigate my background? It's because of that we realized that there are a lot of mysteries surrounding your identity, Leola said. To put it bluntly, before you appeared in the Alicia Elf Academy in the Alicia Empire, we didn't get any information at all. Where are you from? Who are your parents? Where did you live before? Leola stared straight at Noah. We didn't even manage to find out the slightest bit of such basic information. It's just too strange. It's as if you didn't even exist in this world before you appeared in Alicia Elven Academy. Leola was right. Before that, Noah didn't exist in this world. Therefore, no matter how hard the Dragon Duchy of Doragonia investigated, they couldn't find any information about him. I think it's not just the Dragon Duchy of Doragonia. The other countries who are investigating you are also puzzled by this strange phenomenon, right? Leola glanced at Noah. Although we suspected that the Alicia Empire might have deliberately concealed information about you and erased all traces of your past, if that's the case, they might as well erase all traces of you before the Elven Sword Dance. There's no reason for them to only erase traces of you before you entered the Alicia Elf Academy. And then? Noah did not deny or admit it, but asked this question. What are you trying to say? There's only one thing I want to say, Leola stared at Noah and said word by word. That is, whether or not you are an elven envoy of the Ordesian Empire. Oh. Noah seemed to have guessed the purpose of Leola's visit. He immediately smiled. If I say no, what are you going to do? It's simple. Leola shifted her gaze to Noah. Noah Doloa, join us, the Dragon Duchy of Doragonia. When these words came out of Leola's mouth, Noah thought to himself, as expected. At this point, Leola's intentions were clear. This girl was here to poach. To be able to fight on par with the strongest sword dancer, there's no doubt about how outstanding you are as an elven envoy, Leola said. We, the Dragon Duchy of Doragonia, have taken a liking to your abilities and talents. We believe that you are one of the most outstanding elven users on the continent. If we can use this ability of yours, it will greatly increase our influence. On top of that, you are the second male elven user in history. Therefore, your genes may even improve the quality of our elven users. That is what we believe. Gene. Noah was stunned. In other words, the Dragon Duchy of Doragonia wasn't only targeting Noah, but also his descendants. What's so strange about that? Leola said matter-of-factly. Elven envoys rely on maintaining outstanding bloodlines to pass down their legacies. It's not strange for our country to take a liking to your bloodline, right? In that case, it wasn't wrong either. The strength of shamans would continuously decline after the age of 25 and eventually lose their powers. After losing their powers, shamans would mate with pure-blooded nobles and give birth to even more outstanding descendants. Due to this reason, most of the elf envoys were of noble birth. They were basically the descendants of the nobles of various countries. Judging from this point, it wasn't strange for Noah's bloodline to be targeted. Normally, elf envoys would mate with pure-blooded nobles in order to maintain their bloodline. However, no matter how pure their bloodline is, those nobles are only ordinary people. They aren't elf envoys who can communicate with elves, Leola said bluntly. Under such circumstances, with someone like you who can compete with the strongest sword dancer and the only male elf envoys on the continent, there are many who want to mate with you and give birth to even more outstanding descendants. The Dragon Duchy of Doragonia was one of them. That was what Leola was trying to say. So, if you aren't a member of the Audisia Empire and haven't been recruited by them, then come to our Dragon Duchy of Doragonia, Leola said straightforwardly. Trust us. We can definitely give you more than the Audisia Empire. Of course, you have to pledge your loyalty to our country and leave your descendants behind. Noah was speechless. No, it wasn't just speechlessness. Noah almost choked on his breath. Leave your descendants behind? Was there a need to be so direct? Noah said straightforwardly. In other words, you're proposing to me, right? His words made Leola, who had been extremely calm since the beginning, open her eyes wide. Then, her pretty face flushed red. You! What nonsense are you saying? Leola yelled with a red face. When did I propose to you? Undoubtedly, you just said that your country has taken a fancy to my bloodline and hopes to have an elf envoys mate with me to give birth to even more outstanding descendants, right? Noah was amused by Leola's reaction. Since that's the case, there's no reason for your country to allow some ordinary elven ambassador to mate with me for the sake of having outstanding offspring. Instead, they would allow the most outstanding elven ambassador in the country to become my other half. No matter how I think about it, it can only be you, the princess who has inherited the rare dragon bloodline and is the trump card of the Dragon Duchy of Doragonia, right? Leola's expression froze. Clearly, the future Noah spoke of was not impossible. If that was the case, then wasn't Leola, who had been persuading Noah to pledge his loyalty to the Dragon Duchy of Doragonia, proposing to Noah? What? You have nothing to say, right? Noah said, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Then, Your Highness Princess of the Dragon Nation, do you still want me to pledge my loyalty to your country and leave my descendants behind? Ugh. Ugh. Leola didn't know what to say. She could only fidget there with a red face. After a while, Leola glared at Noah. As expected, let's talk about it after you defeat me. After saying that, Leola turned around and left as if she was fleeing from a desperate situation. Seeing this, Noah couldn't help but laugh. As expected, no matter how strong you are, you're still an innocent witch. Chapter 1794. 2 days passed by in the blink of an eye. When the sky was once again shrouded in darkness, dazzling fireworks bloomed one after another in the sky above the Holy Realm's floating island. While illuminating the entire starry sky, they painted a variety of flames. The scene was exceptionally gorgeous. However, those fireworks were not ordinary fireworks. They were the scene of the elves sealed in the elven or being released and shot into the sky. For ordinary people, using such a method to create fireworks was undoubtedly beyond common sense. After all, the elven ore was quite expensive. Not to mention other things, if the most ordinary family wanted to buy a piece of elven ore, they would definitely have to spend a lot of money. They might have to scrimp and save for the next few months just to afford a piece of elven Oregon. Under such circumstances, it was unimaginably extravagant to shoot such expensive elven ores into the air like fireworks. However, for the Elven Sword Dance Festival that was only held once every few years and was a sacrifice to the greatest existence in the world, people did not have the intention to cut corners. It was completely necessary to be extravagant. At this very moment, countless people had surged into the spacious hall of the Grand Offering Hall. It was bustling as if it was a festival from somewhere. These people were all waiting for the appearance of the 5 elven concubines. The 5 elven concubines were in the deepest part of the great sacrificial hall, listening to the voices of the 5 elven kings. As the elven concubines who directly served the elven kings, these girls could directly communicate with the elven kings to a certain extent, receive the elven kings' orders, and spread them to the world. The finals of the Elven Sword Dance Festival would be held tomorrow. The elven concubines needed to listen to the elven king's voice, and through the elven king's announcement, they would know the location of the finals and spread it to everyone. Therefore, people poured into the great sacrificial hall en masse, waiting for the elven concubines to announce the location of the finals. Of course, to the rest of the people, this was just a large-scale ceremony. Therefore, gathering in the great sacrificial hall like this was just the human nature of wanting to join in the fun. In other words, the House of Gods did not require the contestants of the finals to be present and listen to the elven concubines' announcement. Because of this, the Purgatory Apostles of the Alphys Empire were not present. They only released their envoys to the great sacrificial hall, intending to learn the location of the finals through the elven concubine. Although that was the case, Lotus also came to the great sacrificial hall. No, Lotus did not directly enter the great sacrificial hall. Otherwise, if the strongest sword dancer appeared in such a lively scene, it would definitely cause a strong fan reaction, right? Lotus did not like the atmosphere of being sought after. The feeling of being the center of attention was a little uncomfortable for this person who came from the Education Academy and was once trained to be an assassin. Therefore, Lotus came to the top of a hill and looked down at the bustling great sacrificial hall as she softly murmured. "Tomorrow is the finals." His voice had just sounded when another clear and pleasant voice, which was like a silver bell, rang out. "And the duel you desire will soon be realized, right?" Along with such a pleasant voice, pitch-black feathers suddenly fluttered down around Lotus. Amidst the feathers that filled the sky, Lestia quietly appeared. She raised her head and looked at Lotus's delicate figure as she stood in the wind. There was a trace of sorrow in her voice. "Have you really decided to fight that person? Didn't you already get the answer?" Lotus laughed bitterly. "What's the point in asking?" "Because it's not necessary at all." Lestia sighed. "You've perfectly inherited the Dark Elf King's power and have long become an unprecedented demon king. You don't even need to fear the 5 great elf kings. You can do whatever you want. Why are you so obsessed with that man?" "You're wrong, Lestia." Lotus shook her head, her voice was extremely cold. "Even if I don't persist, I can't do what I want to do. The power lodging in my body belongs to the Dark Elf King, and the Dark Elf King is the enemy of the 5 great elf kings. Since I've inherited the power of the Dark Elf King and become the Demon King, I can't avoid fighting the 5 great elf kings." Lestia was speechless. But after a while, Lestia immediately refuted. "But before that, you can also do what you want to do. With the power of the Demon King, is there anything in this world that you can't do?" "So, Lestia, you still don't understand." Lotus raised her head and looked at the night sky, her voice faintly discernible. "What I want to do is to end things with Noah. But that man is too dangerous." Lestia's tone inevitably became anxious. "He's clearly not like you, who inherited the power of the Dark Elf King. He's also not as special as the Red Lotus, whose origins are unknown. I've never even heard of his existence before. Yet, he was able to form a contract with the strongest sword elf and even fight against you as a human. That man is truly too mysterious and too strange. Even if it's you, against such a person, there's no guarantee that you can win. That's why it's meaningful." Lotus unconsciously placed her hand on her heart. "If there's no suspense, then what's the point?" Lestia bit her lip when she saw that Lotus did not listen to her advice. A vexed expression appeared on her face. Unlike Lotus, who was obsessed with Noah, Lestia was only wary and hostile towards Noah. That was because Noah was too mysterious. It wasn't just in the aspect that Lestia had just mentioned. In other aspects, Noah was far too mysterious a person. The reason why Lotus could perfectly control the power of the Dark Elf King was because Noah's thing seemed to be lodged in her heart, and it played a role in controlling her. The Dark Elf King was afraid of the thing in Lotus' heart. Or rather, it had no resistance to the thing in Lotus' heart. That was why it was so obedient to Lotus' control. Since that thing belonged to Noah, it was enough to see how powerful he was. Frankly speaking, Lestia had always been very uneasy. If Lotus was defeated by Noah and the thing in her heart was taken away, the Dark Elf King's power would go berserk and turn into a ball of resentment. What would she do then? This uneasiness had always been buried deep in Lestia's heart and had become a source of pressure. If possible, Lestia really wanted to kill Noah behind Lotus' back. Unfortunately, Lestia knew that she could not do anything to Noah with her own strength. Since she could not do anything to Noah, nor could she persuade Lotus, Lestia was helpless. I really don't know what to say about you, Lestia complained. Who did you learn from when you refused to listen to advice? Lotus could not help but smile when she heard this. Then it can only be from you, right? Lestia. No matter what, Lestia had always been by Lotus' side when she was in the Education Institute. She taught Lotus all the emotions and beauty in the world and let Lotus know the truth of the world. If it wasn't for Celestia, Lotus would have become an emotionless tool that only existed for the sake of slaughter under the tutelage of the Education Institute. I don't remember teaching you to be so awkward, Lestia said unhappily. Then, she quietly stepped forward and held Lotus's hand as she spoke softly. You have to win, Lotus. I will. Lotus squeezed Lestia's hand and smiled. After all, I still have to help you fulfill your wish. Yes. Lestia raised her head and looked at the starry sky with Lotus. Fulfill the wish that couldn't be fulfilled 3 years ago. Yes. Lotus nodded heavily. This time, we will succeed in one fell swoop. Let's hope so, Lestia said with a smile. But Red Lotus' wish is different from ours. She might become our obstacle. You can't forget this. I know. Lotus's eyes twinkled. What she and I are praying for is the same, but the methods we use are different. Whether my method is correct or hers will depend on this year's Fairy Sword Dance Festival. Chapter 1795. In the center of the floating island, in the corridor, Noah walked forward with strong steps and arrived in front of a room. Without any hesitation, Noah opened the door and barged in. Sorry, I'm late. Noah's voice immediately made the room that was in a state of discussion return to silence. Claire, Lindley, Fayeanna, Alice, and the other girls all gathered their gazes on Noah with some dissatisfaction on their faces. Really, where did you go? Lindley puffed up her cheeks. You didn't even attend the announcement of the elf concubine. Don't you care at all where the finals are? Anyway, you'll definitely go, right? Noah said as he sat down on the last seat of the round table. Since you're going, it doesn't matter if I go or not, right? Don't you know what a team operation is? Claire sighed dumbfoundedly. Come on, you're still the captain. Well, I have my own things to do. Noah shrugged. In order to better understand the opponent, I've been spending almost all my time in the sanctuary's library these 2 days. Since the last time he had some guesses about the identity of Red Lotus, Noah began to confirm his own guesses and did a lot of research for this. Therefore, in the past 2 days, the group of girls had been conserving their energy. Only Noah had been immersed in the library of the Holy Region and had been collecting information. The girls also knew about this matter. Therefore, when they heard Noah say this, the girls immediately calmed down. Then how's your investigation? Alice asked as if she was concerned. Is there a result? More or less. Noah scratched his cheek and glanced at Claire and Fayeanna. Seeing that the 2 girls were listening to him attentively, he smiled bitterly in his heart and changed the topic. So, has the location of the finals been announced? Yes. Fayeanna nodded. The location of the finals is the abandoned city of Megidor. Megidor? Noah frowned. After spending 2 days in the Sanctum's library, Noah had gained some understanding of the floating island. This so-called Megidor was originally called the Ivory City. It was not a famous place among the floating islands in the Sanctum. From its nickname, Abandoned City, it could be seen that it was a place that no one would ever mention. Noah had inadvertently found a record of it in a book. It was said that it was a city built by the elves of the elemental spirit world during the primordial era. However, that city was reduced to ruins in a war. That war was the Elven War. The 5 Elven Kings' Camp and the Dark Elven Kings' Camp had launched an unprecedented war, and the final battlefield was the abandoned city of Megidor. Because of that war, Megidor had been reduced to ruins, becoming a battlefield that had been abandoned for a long time. Why would the finals of the Elven Sword Dance Festival be held in such a place? Noah frowned. No matter what, the Elven Sword Dance Festival is a sacrificial ceremony. There's no reason to hold it in such a junkyard, right? We were just discussing this point, Fianna said with a troubled expression. But, in the end, we still couldn't come to a conclusion. That's true. Noah's frown slowly relaxed as he said this. Since you can't understand, then don't think about it. Anyway, what we have to do is the same. We have to win. That's right. Claire nodded her head heavily, her expression becoming more and more serious. But, the finals are a little different from the preliminaries. We have to discuss how we should act. The rest of the girls nodded as well. The finals of the Elven Sword Dance Festival was the same as the preliminaries. It was a battle for magic stones. The 4 teams that qualified for the finals would be randomly teleported to the battleground. They could move freely and try their best to obtain magic stones. In the end, the team that obtained the most magic stones would be the winner of the Elven Sword Dance Festival. The difference was that the finals would only last for 3 days. Moreover, the random teleportation this time wasn't based on the teams, but on the members of the team. In other words, even if they were elven users of the same team, they would still be separated and randomly teleported to different places. After that, it would be up to each team to decide what to do. If we can find our teammates first and act together, it would definitely be more advantageous. Alice pointed out the main point. If we act alone, once we encounter an enemy, it is very likely that we will immediately enter a battle. That would be too dangerous. Yeah. Lindsley agreed, which was rare. I don't think that I can win against those ace-level opponents in a one-on-one battle. Although Claire, Lindsley, Fianna, and Alice were all outstanding elven users, compared to those ace-level team leaders, they most likely had no chance of winning in a one-on-one battle. Not to mention Lotus, just the Dragon Duke Leola of the Dragon Duchy of Laguna and the Holy Knight Luminaris of the Holy Lucia Kingdom, let alone one-on-one, even if 2 or 3 of them worked together, they might not be able to win. They had to gather at least 2 people to have a chance of not losing against Leola and Luminaris. If they had the chance, they could definitely escape unscathed. As for Lotus, even if the 4 of them gathered together, they would only be serving themselves as fodder. Not to mention, Lotus, Leola, and Luminaris were only ace-level team leaders on the surface. In the Purgatory Apostles, other than Lotus, there were also extremely dangerous characters among the elven users. For example, Red Lotus. For example, Muya. That little girl who could single-handedly control tactical military elves. If she had enough military elves to squander, her strength would definitely be on par with Leola and Luminaris. Therefore, this was a test of luck. Whether or not they could meet up with their teammates before encountering those ace-level opponents would be a very important factor in the outcome. If that's the case, then the communication elven or an elven magic will probably be greatly restricted. Detection skills may also not be of use. Otherwise, the organizers wouldn't have used this competition format. Noah curled his lips. It's completely up to luck here. Among us, the only one who doesn't have to worry about encountering enemies before meeting up with his teammates is you. Claire looked at Noah. If it's you, even if you encounter Lotus Asubble, you can still escape unscathed, right? After all, Noah is our team's ace-level team leader, Fianna said helplessly. Just like how we have to worry about encountering other teams' ace-level players before meeting up, the other teams will definitely worry about encountering our ace-level players, right? In other words, everyone's conditions are the same, Alice said. The rest will depend on luck. Luck? Lindsley said confidently. I've always had a lot of confidence in my luck. Although she said this, Lindsley's fingers were unconsciously curling her hair. Clearly, Lindsley was also very nervous. There are only 3 days, and the team members are all separated. That's different from the preliminaries. It's impossible to siege a stronghold or something like that. Noah looked pensive. After a while, Noah suddenly smiled. Good. Noah clapped his hands. The course of action has been decided. All the girls' expressions brightened. However, when Noah told all the girls about the team's course of action, they were all stunned. Really? Claire couldn't help but ask. Isn't that too dangerous? It's too ostentatious. Even Fiona was nervous. Is there really no problem? Who knows? Noah said very irresponsibly. If we don't try, who knows if it will work or not? The girls looked at each other. In the end, they could only nod. Although it was very reckless, they had to admit. If Noah's plan succeeded, the situation would become very advantageous to them. Chapter 1796. Just like that, the day of the finals arrived. In the room, Noah put on the Alicia Elven Academy uniform. After he was done, he reached out and picked up the 2 small swords on the bedside. Looking at the 2 small swords in his hands, especially the silver one, Noah muttered in his heart. Still can't pull himself together. Although Aster would still respond to Noah when he needed to use the elven device, during this time, Aster did not appear in his human form. Even when Noah used the contract to communicate with Aster, although Aster responded, his voice was very weak. It was obvious that Aster's condition was not good. There was only one reason for this state to appear. That was the existence of Red Lotus. As expected, Aster is still very concerned about the aura of the Saintess that appeared on Red Lotus. The aura of his dead master appeared once again. It was not because of such a simple reason that Aster's condition was so bad. If it was only because he felt the aura of his dead master, then Aster would not have such a strong reaction. After all, no matter what, Aster was already Noah's contract spirit and not the Saintess of Salvation's contract spirit. Even if it was a former master, once the contract ended, even if the past ties still existed, the elves would still pay more attention to their current elven envoy. The problem was that to Aster, the Saintess of Salvation was not just a contractor. To Aster, the Saintess of Salvation was a victim of her own curse. Presumably, Aster had always felt a strong sense of guilt towards the Saintess of Salvation. Otherwise, Aster would not have sealed himself in the sword. Before Noah appeared, he swore that he would never communicate with another elven envoy. Now, the appearance of the Saintess of Salvation's aura triggered the guilt in Aster's heart, causing it to explode. This was the main reason why Aster was not in his best condition. Aster. Noah felt a little heartache. At this time, Athena's voice sounded in Noah's mind. That holy sword spirit isn't as weak as you think. She just needs some time, Athena said calmly. So, at this time, it's better for you to leave the holy sword spirit alone. I know. Noah took a deep breath. It's just that I might have to fight against Red Lotus in the finals. When that time comes. When the time comes, you can just use me, Athena said decisively. Didn't you hide me so that I could help you win at the critical moment? No matter what, Athena would never lose to Aster. Even an existence like the Elf King would be able to compete with her. With such a hidden trump card, once taken out, it would definitely be able to turn the tide of the battle, right? In addition, there was no need for Athena to appear. Noah believed that hiding the Holy Sword Spirit, which was comparable to the Elven King, as a trump card, would definitely be effective. For this reason, Noah had never used Athena. However, if he had to fight against Red Lotus, it would not be strange at all if he had to use Athena. In terms of strength, that elf envoy was probably not inferior to Noah and Lotus. Hence, Athena's decisiveness was absolutely necessary. At this time, Aster's voice sounded in Noah's mind. You don't have to take special care of me, divine sword spirit. I'm not so depraved as to immerse myself in my own memories when Master is in a tough battle. Aster? Noah's expression lit up as he hurriedly asked. Are you okay? I'm fine, Master. Aster's voice was as emotionless as usual. However, Noah, who knew Aster well, could hear the fatigue and determination in his voice. Please don't worry about me. I am Master's sword. Even if Alicia really revives and becomes Master's enemy, as Master's sword, I will still point at her. You don't have to force yourself, Noah said hesitantly. Although Red Lotus is troublesome, even if I only use Athena, it won't be easy for her to take me down. I'm not forcing myself. Aster's voice carried a trace of determination. If that elf envoy called Red Lotus really has some kind of relationship with Alicia, then I have to face her personally. At this point, Aster paused for a moment before speaking in a low voice. Master said that he doesn't want to leave behind any regrets. Hence, before you carry out your mission, you have many things to do. Hence, in order to not leave behind any regrets, I have to face Alicia's matter. Noah was speechless. Just let her be. It was rare for Athena to stand on the same side as Aster. Facing the unbearable past is painful, but it is not a reason to escape. Perhaps that is the only way for the divine sword spirit to break free from the past and regain a new life. Meeting Noah allowed Aster to face his curse and open his heart to others. However, other than the curse, Aster still had to face the pain of his past. Only by overcoming the pain could Aster be considered to have regained a new life. In order to not leave behind any regrets, he wholeheartedly followed Noah and faced life and death with Noah. Perhaps Red Lotus was the last obstacle Aster had to face. Tightly grasping the silver dagger, Noah nodded heavily. After coming out of the room, Noah met up with Claire, Linley, Fayeanna, Alice, and the other girls. Apart from the girls, Malaya, Carol, and even Mira were present. I will cheer for you. Malaya hugged Linsley tightly. Big sister, you have to save big sister Yusha. I know. Linsley gently stroked her sister's head. Leave it to me. Mississippi, Carol hugged Linsley as well. I will cheer for you too. You have to do your best too, Carol, Linsley said worriedly. When I'm not here, you have to eat on time. Don't starve until I come back just because you don't know how to cook. Woo-woo. Carol nodded repeatedly. I will, Mississippi. The originally touching scene became a bit strange for some reason. At the very least, Claire, Viviana, and Alice looked as if they wanted to say something, but couldn't. Just as Noah didn't know whether to laugh or cry, the corner of his clothes was pulled. Noah, you have to do your best too. Mira looked straight at Noah, her heterochromatic eyes shaking slightly. I believe you will definitely win. Don't worry. Noah reached out and patted Myra's head. It won't be that easy to beat me. After everyone said their goodbyes, a witch from the God Parliament knocked on the door. She stood outside and bowed to everyone. Everyone, it's time. Please bring your items within the stipulated weight and follow me to the door that will teleport you to the final venue. Everyone glanced at each other and nodded. Because the location this time was special and it was a random individual teleportation, the magic array that would teleport the contestants to the final venue wasn't in the Great Sacrificial Hall, but in the 4 holy halls scattered around the city tower. Under the guidance of Witch G, Noah, and the others came to a holy hall that looked like an ancestral hall. Inside the holy hall, a total of 5 magic arrays were emitting a faint light. Please enter the teleportation door. It will teleport you to the location of the finals. Witch G, who was leading the way, bowed to everyone. I wish you all the best. Claire, Linsley, Fayeanna, Alice, and the other girls looked at each other, then their gazes all converged on Noah. Under the gazes of the girls, Noah smiled and nodded. Immediately after, the group of people lifted their feet at the same time and stepped into the glowing magic array. Clank. The bright light enveloped everyone. In the next second, the group turned into light particles and merged into the magic array, disappearing on the spot. The final of the Elven Sword Dance Festival began. Chapter 1797. Before Noah opened his eyes again, his sharp senses allowed Noah to sense that something was wrong. At this moment, within the range of Noah's senses, everything seemed to have lost its vitality and was filled with an aura of death. Noah opened his eyes. The scene in front of him was an extremely vast and huge city. It was not an ordinary city, but was filled with the traces of time, as if it had been abandoned for a long time. The sky was dark gray without any light. Around him were buildings made of huge stones, which looked like sacrificial halls. The rubble was piled up like a mountain. The ground seemed to have weathered and was full of cracks. This abandoned city was located in a sea of trees filled with strangely shaped trees, as if it had existed since the birth of the world, and was filled with an ancient aura. However, in that aura, there was not a trace of vitality. In the world of the elemental spirits, elves should be everywhere and exist in all kinds of environments. However, in this abandoned city, Noah did not sense any elves' aura. No wonder this place is called an abandoned city. Even elves have given up living in this place. This was a very inconceivable thing. It should be known that even if it was an abandoned place, logically speaking, there should still be elves. For example, in swamps, elves with poison attributes like to live there. For example, in deserted deserts, elves with fire attributes and a preference for hot and dry environments would also live there. In the world of the elemental spirits, there were so many types of elves that they could be found everywhere. It was absolutely inconceivable that there wasn't a single sprite in existence. However, we can't rule out the possibility that elves that only appear at night live here. Thinking about this, Noah patted his cheeks. Now is not the time for archaeology. Let's start implementing the action plan that we set yesterday. After that, Noah raised his hand high up in the air towards the gloomy sky. A surge of magical power suddenly rose from Noah's body, turning into a gust of wind that swept the surroundings, and raised the sand in the sky. Like a whirlpool, with Noah as the center, it kept spinning. Clang! An extremely complicated and mysterious geometric magic array suddenly rose from Noah's hand and flashed in front of the palm facing the sky, emitting a faint light. The surge of magical power from Noah's body suddenly turned into a stream of air and poured into the magic array. Suddenly, under the infusion of a huge amount of magical power, the complicated and mysterious geometric magic array expanded little by little, and finally expanded to a diameter of tens of meters. This should be enough, right? Noah muttered and then suddenly chanted. Cast! The huge magic array that was spinning suddenly came to a halt. In the next moment, a huge beam of light shot up into the sky and shot towards the sky. Amidst the violent tremors in the atmosphere, the dark gray clouds in the sky were dispersed and lit up the entire gloomy abandoned city. During the elven sword dance ritual, Noah did not use the magic cannon except for the unfriendly greeting with the elven envoys of the Purgatory Apostles at the beginning. After all, in the world of the elemental elves, the elven envoys could turn the elven magical equipment and elven magic into pure divine aura to cause mental damage to the opponent and not directly hurt the opponent's body. However, Noah's magic cannon was not in this category. It was not the elven magic cannon, and once it was used, it would only cause physical damage. Therefore, Noah did not use the magic cannon during the elven sword dance ritual. In the finals, the magic cannon would probably not be used, right? However, at this moment, Noah needed to use the magic cannon to do something. That was to point out the direction for his companions. At this moment, the huge magic light beam that shot up into the sky attracted the attention of all the elven envoys that were teleported to the ancient capital. Is it there? In front of a dilapidated building, Alice looked at the huge magic light beam that shot up into the sky. She held the elven magical equipment in her hand and rushed in a certain direction. That guy actually managed to accomplish such an exaggerated feat in an abandoned alley. Claire also rushed in a certain direction with the flame whip in her hand. Among everyone, I am the weakest. I have to hurry and meet up with my companions. In the path surrounded by the shade of trees, Fianna looked nervous and serious as she jogged forward. If one observed carefully, they would discover that the three girls were all rushing in the same direction. That was the course of action set by Noah. After being teleported to the abandoned city, Noah would directly release the most eye-catching spell in the sky to ensure that everyone could see it. At that time, everyone would rush 200 meters north in that direction. There, apart from Noah, the girls could meet up and move as a group. As for why they didn't directly converge at the light beam and instead went 200 meters north, the reason was very simple. Using such an obvious method to point out the direction, Claire, Linley, Fianna, and Alice definitely wouldn't be the only ones that got the hint. After seeing the huge light beam that shot up into the sky, all the elven envoys hesitated for a moment. Some went straight for the light beam, while others were worried and took a detour. Under such circumstances, if the girls went straight for the light beam, they would only encounter the other elven envoys and enter a battle. Therefore, they couldn't directly go to the light beam. This was the course of action set by Noah. Because of this, the group of girls thought that this method was reckless and dangerous. However, Noah possessed strength that exceeded that of ordinary people. Even if there were elven envoys that followed the huge light beam to his door, they would only be delivering magic stones to Noah. There was only one thing that Noah miscalculated. That was, not everyone was able to see the gigantic magic light pillar that connected the heavens and the earth. In an underground maze, Linley blankly looked at the stone walls and the intricate paths in all directions. After a while, she let out a sorrowful cry. "Where is this?" When, as the sound of air vibrations became weaker and weaker, the huge magic light beam that shot up into the sky started to dim little by little. Finally, it turned into a ray of light and disappeared in the air. At the same time, that huge magic array with geometrical patterns also slowly shrunk until it disappeared. Phew, Noah let out a sigh of relief and murmured. There shouldn't be any problems for the time being, right? At this time, the elven envoys in the team should have rushed to the designated location to converge. And the elven envoys in the other teams would definitely be rushing over here. In the plan, Noah was the only one who didn't need to rush to the rendezvous. This was because Noah could stay here and wait for others to deliver magic stones to him. However, there should be a lot of people who are worried that this is a trap. It's impossible for too many people to come here directly. Noah muttered to himself. Except for a limited number of people. As soon as this sentence came out of Noah's mouth, the sound of wings flapping in the air sounded in midair. Noah raised his head and looked at the sky. There, a giant dragon with a pitch-black luster flew over and stopped in front of Noah. "It seems that my luck is very good." Accompanied by such a voice, the Dragon Duchess of the Dragon Duchy of Doragonia stared at Noah with a burning battle intent in her eyes. "This is also the Dragon King's blessing, right? Is that so?" Noah smiled indifferently. "Are you sure your luck isn't the worst? If the bad luck you're talking about is encountering you." A rather heroic smile appeared on Leola's delicate and cute face. "Sorry, I think my luck is really good." As soon as he said that, the huge black dragon flying in mid-air immediately opened its ferocious dragon mouth, and surging black flames suddenly surged within. In the next instant, the pitch-black flames turned into a flame breath that fell from the sky. Like a burning meteorite, it shot toward Noah. Chapter 1798. Gloomy and cold air pervaded the ancient abandoned capital, covering every corner of the ruins of this former battlefield. In front of a dilapidated wall, Claire scuttled out from the shadows. While vigilant of her surroundings, she began to look around. Everyone's not here yet?" She immediately received a response as soon as she finished speaking. "No, I'm already here." With such a voice, a gust of wind blew in the air. Alice rode the wind and landed in front of Claire. "Alice, why are you only here now?" Claire asked in surprise. "I thought you would be the first to arrive." Alice was a wind elf and had an advantage in speed. Naturally, she would be the first to arrive. "The place I was transported to was quite far from here," Alice explained. "Moreover, in order to not attract enemies from other teams, I deliberately lowered my altitude before daring to fly over." "I didn't think about that." Claire suddenly understood, but then became worried again. "Then Linley and Fianna couldn't have been transported to a very far place, right?" "It's possible." Alice nodded. "However, you don't have to worry about Linley. As long as she doesn't encounter an ace general or an elf messenger, escaping shouldn't be a problem." The problem is Faena. Claire continued Alice's words. Faena hasn't received proper elf messenger training. Her combat ability isn't strong, and she hasn't undergone wilderness survival training. It's a problem whether she has enough stamina to get here. Yes. Alice sighed. I really hope Your Highness can get here safely. Almost at the same time as Alice sighed, a somewhat angry voice sounded. Although I know I'm the one who needs to be worried the most, it's still very infuriating to talk about me behind my back like this. Saying this, Faena squeezed out of a dark alley, panting slightly. Faena. Claire called out in surprise. Your Highness. Alice also let out a sigh of relief. I'm so tired. Faena approached with a tired expression. Fortunately, I'm close to the gathering point. Otherwise, I wouldn't have the confidence to rush over. Now, we have 3 people. Alice's expression relaxed a little. With this lineup, even if we encounter ace commanders like Leola and Luminaris, we can still fight them. Only Linley is left. Claire puffed out her cheeks. Seriously, what is Linley doing? Why is she slower than Faena? I heard everything. Faena glared at Claire. Perhaps Linsley was teleported to a place far away, and it will take her a lot of time to get here. Let's hope she can hurry over, Alice said hopefully. If we can gather 4 people, we'll have a huge advantage over the other teams. Yes. Claire sighed. The finals have only started less than an hour ago. Right now, the other teams should still be looking for their companions, or even wandering around. If we can gather 4 people in advance, then other than Liena Subble, no matter who we encounter, we will be able to fight. Unfortunately, Claire didn't know that apart from Lotus, there was also the unfathomable Red Lotus in this Elven Sword Dance Festival. Against Red Lotus, even if Claire's party of 4 gathered, they would still be defeated, right? Let's wait here for Linley. Alice turned her head and looked in a direction. I wonder how Noah is doing. Claire and Faena also turned their heads and looked in that direction. In Noah's plan of action, he was the only one who could act freely. In other words, Noah's group would split into 2 and fight for magic stones on their own. If they gathered together, perhaps the safety of Claire, Linsley, Faena, and Alice's group would be guaranteed, but for the purpose of collecting magic stones, the speed would be much slower. When the other teams were scattered and they gathered together, Noah thought that he would form a team that could deal with any situation. Claire, Linsley, Faena, and Alice would form a team of 4 and fight for magic stones on their own. That way, they would be faster. However, Noah also left a command. Once you encounter Lotus and Red Lotus, retreat immediately. Don't fight. Dong! The scorching flash shot down from the sky and hit the ground, shattering the fragile ground. It set off an astonishing wind and flames that spread in all directions in an instant. In the gale, Noah was like a weightless leaf, drifting away along with the gale and retreating quickly. In front of him, in the violent gale and flames, a figure rushed out like a bullet with a sharp sound breaking through the air. The pitch-black sword in her hand was like a deadly sickle, cutting through the air and sweeping toward Noah. Noah's figure suddenly stopped. He took a step and moved to the side, dodging abruptly. Bang! The pitch-black greatsword that brushed past Noah's body immediately landed on the ground. It was like a heavy warhammer, directly shattering the ground, causing gravel to splatter in all directions. The air was shaken because of it. That scene was like a small-scale earthquake. It was shocking. Noah, who had dodged that shocking blow, looked at Leola who had raised her sword again and said helplessly, "What kind of strange strength is this?" To put it bluntly, Leola's physical strength had completely surpassed Noah's and was even comparable to Noah's when his ability value reached LV3. With Noah's current physical strength, it was possible for him to vomit blood and be seriously injured after being hit by such power, right? In response, Leola just said matter-of-factly, "Elven magic of the dragon attribute is the strongest among all elven magic in terms of strengthening one's body. Furthermore, I possess the dragon blood physique, so it's not strange for me to receive additional bonuses when using elven magic of the dragon attribute. After saying that, Leola looked straight at Noah and pointed at Noah with the elven device in her hand. You should also activate the elven device, right? Or do you think I'm not qualified for you to use the elven device? To be honest, with Leola's strength, Noah could indeed defeat her without even using the elven device. Compared to Lotus, who had the power of the Elven King, Leola was still a human even though she was the trump card of a country. Even if Noah only relied on strengthening magic spells or a few magic cannons, he could still defeat Leola easily. However, if he didn't use the elven device, Noah's attack would directly hurt Leola's body and could cause her to be seriously injured or even killed. Therefore, the endless mana flowing in Noah's body suddenly transformed into divine might energy. Clang! In a dazzling flash, the silver holy sword appeared in Noah's hand like a dazzling aurora. At the same time, a huge amount of divine might energy also rose from Noah's body and turned into a substantial pressure that attacked the surroundings. Leola only felt a terrifying pressure suddenly pressing down on her body, making her body seem to have become much heavier. Her slender shoulders sank fiercely. This pressure. Leola's breathing stopped slightly, but her gaze towards Noah became more and more scorching. You're really strong, Noah spoke softly as if he didn't feel Leola's scorching gaze. Just like you, I'll also introduce my elven device to you. However, I don't think you've never heard of the Demon Slayer before, right? What? Leola's expression changed. That's the holy sword used by the Saintess of Salvation. That's right. Noah raised the holy sword in his hand and pointed it at Leola. The sword in my hand is the holy sword that killed the Demon King. Leola stared at the elven device in Noah's hand and smiled after hearing that. Very good, very good. Now it's worth fighting with all my strength. However, at this moment, something strange happened. Chapter 1799. All of a sudden surge of dense malice permeated the space and broke into Noah's sensing range. Noah abruptly came to a halt. Leola seemed to have sensed that something was amiss and decisively stopped. Both of them turned their heads and looked at their surroundings. The scene that entered their eyes caused Noah and Leola to stand up in shock. Amidst the ear-piercing vibrations, countless black shadows suddenly sprang out from the ground like a twisted swamp. They stood up in a wobbly manner like puppets. It was a group of humanoid figures, but their silhouettes were rather blurry. They were like shadows and zombies that swayed as though they could fall at any time. Malice that was visible to the naked eye transformed into pitch-black resentment that lingered around the silhouettes of the black shadows. In the blink of an eye, countless black shadows emerged from the ground and surrounded Noah and Leola. What's that? Leola stood up in surprise. Are those elves? Noah looked around and was somewhat surprised. At this moment, a voice sounded in Noah's mind. Master, Aster suddenly spoke. Those are crippled elves. Crippled elves? Noah was stunned. This was because he had never heard of any crippled elves in this world. Aster was naturally aware of this matter and explained it out loud. Crippled elves are a type of undead. If elves have too much resentment when they are annihilated, they will lose their spirituality and turn into undead that wander the land. This abandoned city used to be the final battle site of the Elven War. Many elves died, and those elves have turned into undead without reason and remain here. After saying that, Aster said this in an indifferent voice. In the past Elven Wars, although I didn't belong to any of the 5 Elven Kings or the Dark Elven King's camp, the Elven Kings were quite wary of me. Because of this, many elves who belonged to either of the 2 camps came looking for me and were destroyed by me. I'm afraid that it's because Master used me that these crippled elves with strong resentment appeared. The facts prove that Aster's guess was completely correct. There was no other reason. The black shadows that emerged from the ground immediately turned their shapeless faces toward Noah, who was holding the Demon Slayer, and let out a roar full of resentment. The roar that sounded like a malicious spirit from the abyss made Noah and Leola extremely uncomfortable and frowned at the same time. In the next second, hundreds and thousands of black shadows that were like a black wave, suddenly rushed toward Noah and Leola from all directions. Humph. Leola snorted coldly and looked at the sea of black shadows that rushed toward her with deep disgust in her eyes. A bunch of filthy things. Disappear. Then, Leola raised the pitch-black sword in her hand and fiercely swung it at the group of black shadows that rushed toward her. From the movements of the black shadows, it could be seen that they might have been very famous and powerful elves when they were alive. But in the situation where only resentment was left after death, these black shadows were not worth mentioning at all in terms of individual strength. At least, in the face of an elven envoy like Leola, even if there were thousands or tens of thousands of these black shadows, they would only be courting death. However, Noah, who vaguely felt that something was wrong, almost reflexively called out, "Wait!" Leola was slightly taken aback. But at this moment, the elven device that Leola swung out had already arrived in front of the black shadows that rushed toward them. Slash! As the cold sword light flashed, a crisp tearing sound resounded. Nidhogg, who was known as the strongest dragon elf in the Dragon Emperor Knight Legion, neatly cut apart the dark shadows that pounced at him one after another. The black shadows that had been cut in half roared with resentment and disappeared into the void. With a casual strike, Leola annihilated dozens of crippled elves. But at the same time, the luster on the pitch-black sword in Leola's hand suddenly dimmed as if it was blinded. This scene made Leola's expression change abruptly. Divine might has been weakened. Noah's expression also darkened. I knew it wasn't that simple. Those so-called crippled elves had the ability to weaken divine might. No, it couldn't be called an ability. It should be said that as long as one came into contact with those black shadows, one's body would more or less be stained with filth. Witch Ji had to maintain a pure body and mind at all times in order to unleash her power. If the elven magic device was stained with filth, then its divine might would naturally be weakened. Noah had reason to believe that. If they were swallowed by the black shadows, then other than him who had endless divine might and wasn't afraid of being weakened, Leola and Aster's divine might would be plundered clean. Therefore, even Noah had to be careful not to let the demon slayer touch those black shadows that were filled with resentment. But apart from that, there's nothing else to pay attention to. Looking at the large number of black shadows that rushed toward him like a tide, Noah calmly raised his hand and pointed forward. Besides, I don't have to be merciful when dealing with existences like you. A complicated magic array with geometric patterns appeared in front of Noah's palm. Inside, a huge amount of magic power gathered. Boom! Like a flash of light, the beam of magic power exploded in the tide of pitch-black shadows that blotted out the sky and earth, turning into an astonishing impact and fire wave that suddenly shook and expanded, covering the shadows that were roaring and pouncing in one direction. Instantly, those black shadows were annihilated by the explosion of light and wave of fire, not leaving a single trace behind. It was as if they never existed in the first place, disappearing without a trace. On the other side, Leola seemed to be wary of those black shadows and didn't dare to touch them anymore. She suddenly threw the pitch-black greatsword in her hand into the air. The pitch-black greatsword emitted a dazzling radiance and gradually turned into a pitch-black dragon within the radiance. It roared towards the sky and spat out a scorching flame breath towards the large number of black figures below that were like waves. Boom! There was another shocking explosion. The flames spread out like a storm, incinerating the black shadows one by one. In the two shocking explosions, the ground unknowingly cracked open. Just as Noah and Leola were preparing to annihilate all the crippled elves around them in one fell swoop, the ground couldn't withstand the continuous bombardment and suddenly burst open. Caught off guard, Noah and Leola fell into a bottomless pit under the collapse of the ground. The shattered ground lifted up countless rocks and debris. Immediately, like a great earthquake, the bottomless pit was buried. After an unknown amount of time, the tremors on the ground began to stop. The bottomless pit was also completely buried by the gravel and debris, without a single gap. A sea of black figures surrounded the crater that was filled with gravel and debris. They were like puppets that had lost control, swaying on the spot. From time to time, they would let out roars of resentment, causing the atmosphere to be extremely horrifying. After a while, many elves who had arrived at the scene saw this scene. After a while, their expressions changed. For a while, they silently chose to retreat. The first scene of the finals of the Elven Sword Dance Festival ended like this. Bang! Bang, 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 amidst the heavy sounds, huge gravel fragments smashed into the dark underground, causing the echoes to ripple in the space and didn't calm down for a long time. In the bottomless pit, Noah and Leola were both suspended in mid-air, looking at the ground that was completely buried by gravel and debris with deeply furrowed brows. Of course, Noah was relying on his own strength to fly. On the other hand, Leola was riding on the back of her contracted elf and was carried by Nidhogg to fly there. In the next second, the two of them looked at each other and immediately chose to stop at the same time. At the same time, they fell into the bottomless pit. Chapter 1800. Wang. As soon as Leola landed on the ground, Nidhogg shuddered and turned into light particles, disappearing on the spot. Leola, who was riding on Nidhogg's back, fell from midair. Although she stabilized herself and didn't fall, her body softened and half knelt on the ground. Noah, who also fell from midair, looked at the feeble Leola in a daze. What happened to you? I'm fine, Leola panted and spoke weakly. It's just that my divine power was slightly depleted. Too much divine power was lost. Noah understood. Was it taken away by those useless elves? Although it was only for a short moment, I was indeed touched by many useless elves. Leola nodded. Now, there should be less than 1% of the divine power left in my body, right? Less than 1% of the divine power left? Leola was only touched for a short moment and those useless elves took away so much of her divine power. It seemed that those useless elves were considered a threat to ordinary elven users. I can't believe you dared to admit your current condition so openly. Noah glanced at Leola. Aren't you afraid that I will attack you now and take away your magic stones? Anyway, I'm almost powerless now. Even if I hide it from you, it won't take long for you to see through it, right? Leola said without looking up. If that's the case, it doesn't matter if I hide it or not. Leola turned her gaze to Noah and stared straight into Noah's eyes. Besides, I don't think you will attack me in your current condition. Oh. Noah raised a brow. Why do you think so? Simple, Leola said calmly. Because you didn't think I was a strong opponent that you needed to deal with all your strength from the start, right? Should I say, as expected of the trump card of the Dragon Duchy of Dalagunia? Even if she was loyal to her fighting instincts, it didn't mean she was a fool. This Duke Long had already seen through Noah's thoughts. In your heart, your true opponent should only be the strongest sword dancer, Renasubble, Leola said softly. Am I right? However, this time, Noah denied it. You're wrong, Noah said indifferently. Other than Renasubble, there's another person in the Purgatory Apostles that I have to take seriously. His words made Leola frown slightly. Then, she said hesitantly, that's right. Are you referring to that elven user called Red Lotus? What? Noah was surprised. Renasubble, you're also paying attention to her? I just have a vague feeling that the elven envoy isn't that simple. Leola didn't hide her thoughts. Since even you have noticed her, it proves that my intuition is right. After saying that, Leola got up with some difficulty and looked around. Leola, how do I get out of here? Noah also raised his eyes and looked around. At this time, Noah and Leola were in an underground sacrificial hall. Around them, broken stone pillars were lying on the ground. Some were shattered, some were broken into pieces. It was obvious that they had been here for a long time. The ceiling was connected to the ground. However, a large amount of rubble had sealed the entrance of the cave. From time to time, some dust would sprinkle down. It seemed that a second collapse could occur at any time. There was no need to examine it at all. Noah and Leola could tell how fragile this place had become over the years. If Noah and Leola did anything violent, the entire sacrificial hall would collapse and bury them alive. Seems like we can't break through to the ground. Otherwise, this place will collapse and bury us alive, Noah concluded. By then, even if we don't die, it will only make the situation worse. We won't be able to return to the ground, right? If Noah was alone, he might be able to break through to the ground using some forceful means. However, with Leola around, even if Noah could protect himself, Leola would be in trouble if this place collapsed. Moreover, if another collapse occurred, it would be unknown whether they could break out of this place. For safety's sake, it would be impossible to break through to the ground using forceful means. This should be a place used to offer sacrifices to the elves in the past. Leola extended her hand and touched an old stone pillar. Considering that this place was built by the elves during the Elven War, it might be a place used to hold some rituals. Therefore, there should be an entrance to the surface. In other words, we can only look for the entrance to the surface since we can't break through to the surface forcefully. Noah looked around. But we didn't see any passageways from here, right? This underground sacrificial hall was a cube-like space with walls in all directions. There weren't any passageways or doors. In other words, this was a completely sealed space. If they didn't destroy it to a certain extent, they wouldn't be able to get out at all. If they destroyed it, it would definitely cause a collapse and bury Noah and Leola alive. This situation was a little troublesome. Perhaps the elves in ancient times used teleportation arrays to enter this underground sacrificial hall, Leola said calmly. So, let's see if there are any teleportation doors here before coming to a conclusion. Let's do that then. Noah shrugged nonchalantly. At this moment, the holy sword in Noah's hand emitted a dazzling radiance that turned into light particles and condensed into a human figure. Aster. Noah was taken aback. Is this the prototype of the holy sword that killed the Demon King? Leola stared intently at Aster, her eyes brimming with vigor. It's actually the highest-ranking elf in human form. But it makes sense. An elf that can kill a Demon King naturally wouldn't be of a low level. It was a pity that Aster didn't care about Leola at all. Instead, he looked at Noah and said, Master, I know how to get out of this place. You know how to get out? Noah was surprised and immediately understood. By the way, you were active in this place during the Elf War. Have you been here before? That should be right. Aster nodded. It's been a long time since I came here. My memory is a little blurry, but I vaguely remember coming here and leaving from here. With that, Aster turned around and walked towards one of the walls of the sacrificial hall. Under Noah and Leola's gaze, Aster raised his hand and gently pressed against the wall. The wall suddenly vanished into thin air as though it had turned into an illusion. Behind the vanishing wall, a passageway appeared before everyone. If my memory serves me right, there should be a maze ahead, Aster turned around and said to Noah. I still remember how to get out of here. Please follow me, Master. Okay. Noah nodded. Leola also lifted her feet, but she immediately felt powerless and her steps were a little wobbly. Seeing this, Noah asked. Are you all right? Of course, Leola answered without hesitation. The Knights of Dragon Duchy of Doragonia aren't useless trash who can't even walk. Although Leola said that, she was obviously trying to be brave. At that moment, Noah sighed helplessly. He walked over and carried Leola in his arms. Ah! Leola exclaimed. When she realized that Noah had picked her up, her face immediately flushed red. She cried out in a panic, Don't worry, I'm sorry, Noah. You. What are you doing? Carrying you out of here, of course. Noah rolled his eyes. Or else, you might waste a lot of my time. I don't need that. Leola blushed and raised her hands to punch Noah's chest. Put me down. Noah didn't care about Leola at all. Under Leola's panicked and shy state, he ignored Leola's tantrum and followed Aster into the tunnel. Chapter 1801. Tap. 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 In the dim passageway, the clear sound of footsteps echoed around. It was like a piece of music, rising and falling rhythmically. As the guide, Aster held a piece of elven ore used for illumination and walked at the very front. Noah, on the other hand, carried Leola and followed behind Aster, walking forward as well. Leola seemed to have stopped making a ruckus, but her pretty face was red as she curled up in Noah's arms. She muttered in disbelief as if she felt humiliated. I didn't expect that one day, I would be taken care of by my opponent, and it's a man. Is there something wrong with your sentence? Noah was speechless. It's because he's a man that he should take care of a woman, right? Are there no gentlemanly men in the Dragon Duchy of Dorgonia? How would I know? Leola glared at Noah in embarrassment. Her face was still red. I've never been so close to a man before. Well, you're a Magus maiden who has to maintain a pure body and mind. I can understand that, Noah said hesitantly. But I'm worried about you Magus maidens when you get married in the future. Then, that kind of thing. Leola didn't seem to have thought about this question. After a moment of silence, she said so. Of course it'll be arranged by the country, right? Yeah. Noah narrowed his eyes. So, if I really go to the Dragon Duchy of Dorgonia, you'll really marry me? Marry? Leola's mind started to wander. Her face was so red that it looked like it was boiling. Under the shame and anger, Leola struggled and kicked up a fuss again. She even started to speak incoherently. Who wants to marry a man? You're not going to marry a man. Noah was stunned. Do you want to marry a woman? Leola's tone was stifled. It was unknown if she felt embarrassed or if she had simply given up on herself, but she didn't know what to say. Can't I? I really don't know if it will work. Noah had the urge to cover his face. At least, I've never seen anyone do that around me. Just because others can't do it doesn't mean that I can't. She then realized that her words were too fake, and her face turned redder and redder. In short, put me down first. Fine. Noah rolled his eyes. You should have recovered some of your divine might. At the very least, you should have no problem walking, right? After saying that, Noah put Leola down. The moment her heels touched the ground, Leola immediately jumped away and distanced herself from Noah. She clutched her heart and panted heavily. My heart is beating so fast. Is this what happens when you get too close to a man? Noah waved his hand as though he didn't hear Leola's grumbling. He continued walking forward as he waved his hand. All right, hurry up and keep up. Don't blame me if you lose me. Ugh. Leola frowned. I feel like I can't let it go. Undoubtedly, I'm here to have a showdown with you. Despite saying that, Leola still obediently followed behind Noah and Aster. As the princess of the Dragon Dukedom of Drago Laguna, it wasn't that Leola didn't have any self-respect. However, her self-respect wasn't so strong that she felt that it was shameful to work together with her enemy. Leola only wanted to have a showdown with Noah when she was in perfect condition. Therefore, Leola wouldn't reject Noah's help because of her pride. At this moment, Aster, who was leading the way, suddenly stopped in his tracks. Noah and Leola also stopped and looked at Aster in confusion. In the next second, Noah's expression changed. He understood why Aster suddenly stopped. It was because there was a faint sound of footsteps in front of them. Leola seemed to have heard the footsteps as well, and her expression became serious. Woof! In front of them, a sound like a dog barking was heard. Noah's sharp senses allowed him to detect a familiar presence. Almost at the same time, in front of them, a voice full of caution and nervousness entered the ears of Noah, Aster, and Leola. Who's the person in front? Noah and Leola could feel that the owner of the voice seemed to have started to gather divine might energy. Therefore, Leola immediately put up her guard. Noah, on the other hand, quickly spoke. Is it you? Lindsley? Eh. Amidst the surprised voice, the gathering divine might energy suddenly stopped. Immediately, in front of them in the dark tunnel, the sound of quick footsteps could be heard. Not long after, a girl with luxurious light golden hair that reached her waist and a white wolf beside her ran over. She looked at Noah with eyes full of surprise. Noah! It was Lindsley. The white wolf was Lindsley's contracted spirit, the magical ice spirit Fenrir. The barking sound just now was made by Fenrir. It's really you, Lindsley. Noah was very surprised. Why are you here? I want to know too. Lindsley ran over with a face full of tears. When the competition started and I opened my eyes, I was already here. This is a maze. Not only can I not get out, but I can't even see the signal you sent. There's no way to carry out the plan you set. From Lindsley's teary look, it could be seen that this girl was very anxious to get out after being teleported here. Even Fenrir whimpered in front of Aster as if it had been wronged. Aster, who was more or less indifferent to other humans, was not so repulsed by elves. He directly reached out and patted Fenrir's head, making Fenrir let out a sound of comfort. Undoubtedly, it was an alpha wolf, but it acted like a dog. Even the sound just now sounded like a dog barking. It really made people speechless. Meeting a companion in an unexpected place made Noah's heart heave a sigh of relief. If he had not accidentally barged into this place, it was likely that Lindsley would have been wandering in this underground maze until the end of the competition. Only Leola calmly analyzed the situation in front of her. To be able to meet a companion in this situation, it seems like luck is on your side. Lindsley only noticed Leola's presence when she spoke. Looking at Leola who was following behind Noah, Lindley cried out in surprise. Why would the Dragon Duchess of Dragon Dukedom of Dragonia appear here? Since you and Noah Dole can appear here, why can't I appear here? Leola frowned. Besides, the chances of meeting each other in a place like this are extremely low to begin with. You should be asking why Noah Dole is here, right? That kind of thing, there will be plenty of time to ask in the future. Lindsley looked at Noah and Leola suspiciously. What should be more surprising is why the two of you are moving together, right? It's a long story. Noah sighed. I can only say that man proposes but God disposes. It's one thing to fall into this underground maze, but I didn't think that even you would be transported here. I wonder if Claire, Lindley, and Alice would also be transported to a place where we can't see the signal. What a mistake. To me, this situation is also a miscalculation. Leola said regretfully. Originally, I should be having an intense sword dance with you. Is this the so-called, the road to happiness is strewn with setbacks? Looking at Leola's regretful expression, Lindsley puffed up her cheeks and combed her hair, speaking in a dignified manner. Although I don't know what is going on, Your Excellency Duke Long, let me make it clear to you first. Noah is my roommate and companion, you are not allowed to have any ideas about him. Oh. You can't pretend you didn't hear that. Leola's gaze towards Lindsley became sharp. In other words, if I want to fulfill my wish, I have to go through you first, right? Wish? Lindsley was startled and immediately said. In any case, I won't allow you to take away what belongs to me. Interesting. Leola smiled coldly. I accept your challenge, Ice Spirit Envoy. Immediately, Lindsley and Leola looked at each other with intense sparks bursting out of their eyes. Noah really wanted to tell these two girls. Their conversation was not even on the same channel. Chapter 1802. In this tense atmosphere, Lindsley and Leola did not really fight in the end. Leola's god's might was still recovering, so she wasn't in her best condition. If she fought Lindley in this condition, it would be very difficult. If she didn't pay a price, she wouldn't be able to win, so she gave up. Lindsley, on the other hand, gave up on her hostility when she knew that Leola was not fully recovered. I am a noble, Lindsley said matter-of-factly. Making a move in this situation is simply taking advantage of the situation. As a noble, doing such a thing will only lower your status. That sounded like something Lindsley would say. Regarding this, Leola felt both agreement and noncommittal. The Elven Sword Dance Festival is not a simple sacrificial ceremony. There are countless countries that want to win by hook or by crook. If you don't make a move against me when I am at my weakest, perhaps you will not be able to find a chance to defeat me easily in the future. I never thought of winning easily. Lindsley looked straight at Leola, her eyes unusually firm. I came to the Elven Sword Dance Festival with the determination to win even if I am covered in wounds. Is that so? Leola asked, puzzled. Then, if you want to get rid of me now, it should be the wisest thing to do, right? That matter is not the same as this matter, Lindsley pursed her lips and said softly. If I win in this way, even if I achieve my wish in the end, I will not be happy, Malia will not be happy, and Eudia will not be happy. Is that so? Leola seemed to have noticed something and nodded. Then let's just say that I have offended you. Suddenly, an indescribable silence filled the surroundings. Noah, who had been watching the entire process of Lindsley and Leola's confrontation, finally opened his mouth in annoyance. Are you done? If you are, then let's go. Lindsley and Leola's spirits were lifted as they braced themselves. Aster. Noah turned his head and looked at Aster, who was playing with Fenrir. Please continue to lead the way. Yes, Master. Aster stopped very straightforwardly, but he did not continue forward. Instead, he placed his hand on Fenrir and with a small leap, he jumped onto Fenrir's back. You will be the steed from now on, magical ice elf. Woof. Fenrir barked like a dog again, his tail wagging vigorously as if he was not dissatisfied with this situation. Instead, he was very happy. Hey! Lindsley protested. Fenrir is not a steed. However, Aster did not care about Lindsley's protest. And patted Fenrir's neck. Fenrir immediately lifted up his feet happily and walked forward. Lindsley stared blankly at this scene, and after a while, she started to shout as if she was hopping mad. Fenrir! You are my contracted elf. Don't listen to others. Lindsley chased after him indignantly as she shouted these words. Noah and Leola laughed at almost the same time. Especially Noah, looking at the emotionless Aster who was riding on Fenrir's back as usual, his heart was somewhat happy. It seemed that Aster's condition was finally returning to normal, and he was not as listless as before. This was undoubtedly a good sign. Just as Noah was about to follow with a trace of joy, suddenly, Noah felt a strong gaze on him. Noah's footsteps suddenly stopped, and he abruptly turned his head to look in the direction of the gaze. Unfortunately, before that, the gaze that was cast on Noah had completely disappeared. Thus, when Noah turned his head and looked in the direction of the gaze, what entered his eyes was the same as before, a passageway surrounded by stone walls. Noah's strange behavior attracted Leola's attention. What's wrong? Leola followed Noah's gaze and looked behind. Did you discover something? Noah's eyes flickered slightly, and soon after, he shook his head. No, it's nothing, it's probably just my imagination. After saying that, Noah directly lifted his feet and walked forward. Although Leola was still somewhat puzzled, she did not say anything and followed him. The group of figures gradually began to move further away. The dim passageway once again regained its silence. At a corner of the passageway, a petite figure silently appeared there, watching Noah's group gradually moving further away in silence. Clear footsteps sounded again in the dim passageway. However, this time, the number of footsteps had increased slightly, causing the atmosphere to become livelier. Aster, who was sitting on Fenrir, seemed to be patting his neck to make his mount move in the direction he pointed. It seemed like this was not the first time he used this method to move, which made Noah a little curious. Aster, could it be that you used to have a personal mount? As the strongest sword spirit that even the Elven King was wary of, Noah had reason to believe that Aster used to have his own subordinates like the 5 Elven Kings and the Dark Elven King. However, Aster denied it. I didn't have a personal mount in the past, and have always been alone. I didn't even join any of the factions between the 5 elven kings and the Dark Elven King. However, the elemental elves' world is very big, and sometimes, a means of transportation is needed when traveling aimlessly. I have ample experience in this aspect. In other words, Aster had always been traveling in the elemental elves' world as he pleased. Once he was tired, he would simply grab a mount and use it as a means of transportation. Should it really be said that he was the strongest sword spirit? I know that Aster is very powerful. Linley seemed to be somewhat indignant. But my Fenrir is not a mount, but a noble white wolf. Why would it fall to the point of being a means of transportation for others? Give up, Ice Elven Ambassador. Leola said faintly. There is also a difference in level between elves. Although your Ice Elven is a rare high-level elf, it is not strange for it to submit to the highest level of humanoid elves. That is the most basic form of respect to a higher-level being. Ugh. Linley couldn't let it go. It's not that I don't understand, but it still feels very complicated. While speaking, Aster suddenly pointed to the front. The exit is here. The group suddenly stopped in their tracks. However, there was no exit in front of them, only a stone wall. A stone wall with a totem carved on it. Aster got down from Fenrir and walked in front of the stone wall. Just like in the sacrificial hall, he placed his hand on the stone wall. Clank. The totem carved on the stone wall suddenly emitted a dazzling light. Squeak. With a sound that sounded like an ancient door opening with great difficulty, the stone wall suddenly split into two and slowly opened. Behind the open stone wall, there was a flight of stairs that continued upward. Looking at the flight of stairs, Linley revealed a look of joy, and Leola's expression also relaxed. We can finally return to the surface. Linley quickly said to Noah. Let's hurry up and get out. However, Noah didn't respond and still stood in place. Noah? Linley was stunned. Noah fell into silence, and after a while, he suddenly spoke. Okay, you have been following us for so long, you should come out now, right? This sentence completely changed the atmosphere in the air. Linley and Leola were both stunned at first, then seemed to understand something, and their expressions gradually became serious. In front, Aster also turned his head and looked in a direction. Even Fenrir seemed to have sensed something as it bared its fangs at the dim passageway. Under such circumstances, Noah slowly turned around and looked forward. What? You don't plan to come out? Do you want me to ask you to come out? Everyone suddenly went silent. Everyone silently looked forward, and their bodies began to emit some divine aura. In the next second, a young voice suddenly sounded. Sure enough, we were discovered. Accompanied by such a voice, a petite figure walked out from the dark passage ahead. Chapter 1803. It was a young girl with long blue hair that was as clear as water. She was wearing a witch costume with strange patterns embroidered on it. The young lady's bangs were cut in front of her forehead. Her eyes seemed to have different shades of green, like rippling lake water. Her figure was rather petite, and her age was even younger than Aster's. However, there was an indescribable cuteness about her. Looking at the petite girl slowly walking out from the dim passageway, everyone was stunned. Because, no one thought that the person hiding in the side would be such a young girl. Furthermore, the witch's attire that the girl was wearing was not the uniform of any of the 4 teams, Fairy's Tale, Purgatory Apostles, Saint Spirit Knights, or Dragon Emperor Knights. In other words, she wasn't a participant of the Elven Sword Dance Festival. But, if she wasn't a participant of the Elven Sword Dance Festival, then how did she enter the abandoned city? After the abandoned city became the venue for the finals, the House of God set up a barrier around the abandoned city. No one could enter or leave freely, and even the contestants could not leave the barrier. They could only rely on the magic stones they carried with them to return to the city through the teleportation magic. Therefore, it was impossible for others to enter this place. Just as Noah was in a daze, Aster pulled on Noah's sleeve. Master. Aster stared straight at the girl. That's not a human elf, but a humanoid elf. A humanoid elf? Linley and Leola were both surprised. Noah was also surprised, but at the same time, he felt relieved. No wonder she could appear in the abandoned city even though she wasn't a participant. So she was an elf. Who would have thought that in this abandoned city full of useless elves, there would be a humanoid elf of the highest rank residing in the underground maze? It was too surprising. The elven girl seemed to have noticed that Aster was also a humanoid elf of the highest rank. After glancing at Aster, she raised her crystal-clear eyes and said, "I don't mean to offend you. It's just that there haven't been any humans or elves here for many years, so I followed behind you to observe." Undoubtedly, her appearance was very young, and her voice was very cute. However, there was a sense of maturity in her tone, which made people realize that this elven girl was extraordinary. Of course, the difference between an elf's appearance and their actual age was very big. Take Aster for example. Her appearance was that of an underage girl, but she had lived for thousands of years. She was much older than Noah, who was born with the appearance and intelligence of a 10-year-old, but had lived for less than 10 years. Who would have thought that there would be a rare humanoid elf here? Leola slightly lowered her head as a sign of respect. "I apologize for trespassing into your territory." Linsley was just like Leola, sitting upright and serious. She lowered her head slightly and bowed to the elven girl. This was the etiquette that which Ji had to show in front of high-ranking spirits. After all, many high-ranking elves were difficult to communicate with, and their tempers were also very strange. If they weren't treated well, it would be normal for 1 or 2 cities to be destroyed when these high-ranking elves caused a ruckus. For this reason, one of the compulsory courses for which Ji was to learn how to communicate with elves, and even how to appease the violent and furious elves. However, this elven girl didn't seem to be as hard to please as the other high-ranking elves. She shook her head at everyone. "There's no need to apologize. I'm just imprisoned here and can't get out. Therefore, this isn't my territory." Imprisoned? Everyone was stunned. "That's right." The elven girl nodded slightly. "Some kind of seal has been placed on my body. Right now, this body of mine doesn't have any energy or memories of the past. I can't even leave this underground maze. I've been imprisoned here for 3 years." Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Under such circumstances, the elven girl continued to speak. "Therefore, you don't have to be wary of me. I don't have the ability to affect you at all, and there's no need to apologize. Although I've lived here for a few years, I've never treated this place as my territory. I have no reason to blame you for trespassing. You can rest assured." "Is that so?" Linley couldn't help but ask. "In other words, Miss Elven can't leave this place and has been living here without any memories?" "Yes," the elven girl said expressionlessly. "Fortunately, elves don't need to eat or drink. Even if there's nothing here, I can still live here. But this is the remains of a battlefield from a long time ago. The only ones living here are elves who are like the incarnation of resentment. Even if there are other elves living here, I reckon that they are magical elves whose brain structures are completely incomprehensible. Judging from your appearance, you don't seem to belong to either of these 2 types of elves. In this abandoned city, you're clearly the only normal elf. Don't you feel bored living in a place like this?" "It's all right." The elven girl shook her head and said, "I'm already used to it." Linley and Leola didn't know what to say. Their expressions became complicated. Even Noah began to frown. He felt a little uncomfortable. After all, it was too pitiful to be imprisoned in a place where even ordinary elves wouldn't want to live after losing their memories and powers. It wasn't that Noah was overflowing with sympathy. Instead, it was because the elven girl's experience reminded him of himself. After all, when Noah was born with the appearance and intelligence of a 10-year-old, he was also in a state where he didn't have any memories or powers, just like the elven girl before him. The difference was that Noah was discovered and adopted by Makarov, while the elven girl had to live in this godforsaken place for 3 whole years. Perhaps, one wouldn't be able to understand this feeling if they didn't experience it for themselves. And even if they didn't experience it, Noah understood it. If it were an ordinary person in this situation, perhaps 3 years would be enough to drive them crazy. I just wanted to watch you leave quietly, but since I've been discovered, there's nothing I can do. The elven girl pointed at the stairs behind Noah's group. But since you found the exit, you can return to the surface by following that. Let's part ways here. The elven girl turned around and was about to leave. Wait a minute. Linley said almost immediately. Then, she looked at Noah and begged. Hey, Noah, do you have any way to break the seal on this elven girl? Seal? Noah hesitated for a moment and asked. If it's just a seal, with Aster's strength, he should be able to break it, right? However, Aster suddenly refuted Noah's words. No, the seal on this mysterious elf isn't weaker than mine. It can't be broken by brute force. Not weaker than yours. Noah was stunned. Doesn't that mean, that should be right? Aster said calmly. If the seal on this mysterious elf was put on by someone else, then this person might be the Elf King. Elven King. Linley and Leola jumped up in shock. Even the elven girl didn't seem to think of this. She was stunned. If you want to break the seal on her, you can only follow the unsealing method. Aster raised his head and looked at Noah. Perhaps Faena can use the unsealing ritual to break the seal on her body. If you want to break the seal with brute force, you have to summon back your full strength. Noah frowned deeply. Indeed, if he had the authority, he could use the power of the Dragon Emperor avatar and use brute force to break the seal on the elven girl. However, Noah didn't have the authority now. At this moment, Aster changed the topic. Of course, there's another way. Chapter 1804. The sky gradually darkened. With the arrival of night, some shadows began to move in the originally lifeless abandoned city. It wasn't just in the abandoned capital. Even in the night sky, where there was no starlight, only a crescent moon, there were black shadows flashing past. Some of them even collided with each other, entangling with each other as if they were in the middle of a battle. Hiding under the broken wall, Claire, Faena, and Alice watched the shadows colliding fiercely in the sky. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. That seems to be magical fairies, right? Alice asked nervously. And almost all of them are magical fairies. Undoubtedly, during the day, we can't even sense the aura of a single fairy, but at night, there are actually so many magical fairies. Faena complained inwardly. Could it be that all the people living in this abandoned city are magical fairies? That's not strange, right? Claire smacked her lips. Apart from magical fairies whose brain structure can't be analyzed, what other fairies would be willing to live in this kind of place? Claire, Faena, and Alice didn't know that there was such a thing as a crippled elf in this abandoned city. There didn't seem to be any useless fairies living in this area, so the group of girls hiding here waiting for Linley didn't know that there were a large number of useless fairies roaming about in the abandoned city. However, looking at the magical fairies that were constantly intertwining in the air, the group of girls was also terrified. If they were discovered by those fairies who had no sense of reason and only attacked all living things, then the 3 girls would definitely be attacked by a large number of fairies, right? That wouldn't be any better than being surrounded by an army of useless fairies. No, from a certain point of view, magical fairies were much more difficult to deal with than useless fairies. Although useless fairies could steal the power of fairies and fairies, they couldn't withstand a single blow, so there were still ways to deal with them. However, magical fairies weren't so easy to deal with. The proof was that in the next second, Alice suddenly opened her eyes wide and pointed in a direction. Look over there. Claire and Faena subconsciously looked in the direction Alice was pointing, and then their eyes widened as well. On the other side of the sky, a huge wyvern flew over and arrived in the air above the group of magical fairies who were fighting fiercely. Roar, 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 roar. Amidst the deafening roars, the huge wyvern barged into the battlefield and tore apart the magical fairies. The screams of the magical fairies reverberated in the air. That brutal scene made the faces of all the young girls turn pale. That's a demon god-level magical fairy. Fayeana lowered her voice with fear. There are demon god-level magical fairies in this abandoned city? Heavens! Claire's heart palpitated. If we're discovered by those magical fairies, we're dead. After all, in a situation where mythical-level elves almost never appeared in the human world, demon god-level elves were classified as the strongest elves that posed the most threat to humans. Even Ace Commander-level elven users like Leola and Luminalise couldn't take on a demon god-level elf in a one-on-one battle. A legion of elite elven knights numbering in the hundreds, or even thousands, would be required to take down an elf of this level. According to what Claire, Fayeana, and Alice knew, only Grey who was known as the strongest elf on the continent, could defeat a demon god-level elf single-handedly. Therefore, if Claire, Fayeana, and Alice's group were to face a demon god-level fairy, they would definitely become a feast for the other party. Only Noah and Liena Subble can deal with such a monster alone, right? Alice's palms began to sweat. We can't face such a monster. Do you even need to ask? Fayeana said angrily. Against a demon god-level magical fairy, we can only run. Really? Why are we performing the fairy sword dance ritual in such a dangerous place? I really want to leave this place as soon as possible. Claire complained. What is Linley doing? Why isn't she here yet? In order to wait for Linley, the group of girls waited from day to night. If they continued to wait like this, they would have to set up a tent here. However, if they set up a tent here and were discovered by the night fairies, it would definitely be disastrous. If it was possible, the girls really wanted to quickly move to a more remote building so that they could rest at ease. Moreover, we don't know how Noah is doing. Claire sighed. Is it that tiring on the first day of the competition? We don't need to worry about Noah. The important thing is why Linley still hasn't arrived. Fayeana seemed to have calmed down and hesitated for a moment before saying this. Could it be that she encountered some kind of situation? That's the only way. Otherwise, she definitely wouldn't be this slow. Alice frowned. There is only one thing for sure, and that is that continuing to wait is definitely not a good idea. Alice is right. Claire nodded. We can't keep waiting like this. Otherwise, it would be meaningless for us to gather here. Let's wait until dawn. If Linley still hasn't arrived by then we have to take action. However, at this moment, a playful voice suddenly sounded. Before that, let's ask the big sisters to do Maoya a favor. The sudden sound caused Claire, Linley, and Alice's group to tremble. They tensed up and turned around, looking towards the source of the sound. At the other end of the street, a petite figure appeared in front of the group of young girls without them noticing. An innocent smile appeared on her young and tender face. But that smile made people feel a chill in their hearts. It's you. Claire said solemnly. You are the expert in Purgatory Apostle, who specializes in controlling military fairies, right? Big sister, do you know Maoya? Maoya tilted her head and shrugged. But Maoya doesn't know your names. But it doesn't matter, Maoya isn't interested in you. If you honestly answer Maoya's question, then Maoya won't kill you. Kill us? Fayeana said in shock. Are you kidding? The elven sword dance ritual doesn't allow killing fairies. Maoya doesn't care about that. Maoya puffed up her cheeks. If Maoya says she will kill you, then she will kill you. She doesn't care about the elven sword dance ritual. Or do the big sisters think that Maoya can't kill you? Claire, Fayeana, and Alice all felt a chill run down their spines. Although Maoya's words sounded like a child holding a party, the girls believed her without any reason. If this girl really wanted to kill someone, she wouldn't hesitate at all. She was a person who could kill without batting an eyelid. She even took killing for granted. Realizing this, the girls felt a chill in their hearts. At this moment, Alice's expression froze, and she suddenly shouted. Watch out! Almost as soon as Alice's voice fell, Claire pounced on Fayeana, who didn't even have time to react. Together with Alice, Claire fell to the side in a sorry state. Bang! The ground where the group of girls was standing suddenly exploded. A vine covered with countless sharp thorns sprang out of the ground without any warning. It was like a thick and ferocious long whip. While twisting its body, it soared into the sky and appeared in this space. Before the girls got up from the ground after dodging the attack of the vine, a calm voice sounded. "You dodged it? It seems that you have some skills." While saying this, an elfy girl with sharp ears slowly walked out from the shadow ahead and came to Maoya's side. It was none other than Lily. Chapter 1805. Looking at Maoya and Lily standing side by side in the middle of the street, exuding an indescribable aura, Claire, Fianna, and Alice's hearts sank. In this sword dance of the elves, the most vigilant target was undoubtedly the Purgatory Apostles. In this team of representatives from the Alpha Empire, every member's strength was very outstanding. If you didn't count the ace of each team, namely Noah, Lotus, Leola, and Luminalise, the Purgatory Apostles were undoubtedly the strongest. Maoya alone was enough to give him a headache. This girl with a cute appearance but a cruel heart, if she could freely use a military fairy, her battle strength would definitely be on par with ace generals like Leola and Luminalise. Lily was more of a scout type. But the attack just now also proved that this girl's strength was also not weak. She was definitely stronger than any of Claire, Fianna, and Alice. Facing these two opponents, even if there were three of them, the situation was quite harsh. Compared to Claire, Fianna, and Alice's team, the other side's performance was quite relaxed. "You really did make a move, Lily." Maoya stared at Lily. "As soon as I saw you disappear, I knew you would definitely launch a sneak attack. After all, I'm not like you. Compared to a frontal battle, it's more suitable to use the assassination method." Lily tightly held a dagger in her hand and glanced at Claire, Fianna, and Alice. "Moreover, if I can smoothly take them down, you won't have to make a move." Although they were all from the same assassin organization, Maoya and Lily were definitely not companions. No. It should be said that in that kind of organization, no one could be treated as a companion. Otherwise, they would be stabbed by the people around them. Therefore, although Maoya and Lily acted together, one didn't put the person beside her in her eyes at all, the other was always monitoring the person beside her. There was no trust between them at all. The only thing worth mentioning was that Maoya and Lily both had a crazy target in their hearts. Maoya's target was Lotus. Lily's target was Red Lotus. Now that Lotus and Red Lotus have decided to act together, Maoya and Lily are together. Otherwise, Lily really didn't want to stay with Maoya. This was because Maoya might kill him at any time if she was in a bad mood. Maoya was definitely capable of doing such a thing. And if Maoya wanted to kill him, Lily probably wouldn't have any strength to fight back. Before the Education Academy was destroyed, all of the trained assassins had a ranking. At that time, Lotus firmly held the first place and was not surpassed by anyone. Maoya was in second place, and people called him a monster. As for Lily, she was only ranked 7th in the academy. If Maoya wanted to kill Lily, Lily was definitely not a match for Maoya. Of course, that was if Maoya had enough military elves to squander. Without the military sprite, Maoya was just a fragile little girl. Even Lily could easily deal with her. In other words, Maoya was a terrifying existence when she had a military sprite. Moreover, this girl didn't have the concept of good and evil. Just like how a child would think that a hero killing a monster was a matter of course, in Maoya's eyes, everyone could be killed. Therefore, Maoya would never hesitate to kill someone. "If I can get rid of the opponent, Maoya, you won't have to kill," Lily reminded. "Otherwise, if I really let you kill, your qualifications to participate will definitely be revoked. I already told you, Maoya doesn't care about that kind of thing. Maoya only cares about my sister." Maoya pouted. "Lily, you better not meddle in other people's business." "But, isn't your target the male elf envoy who's been pestering Lion-sama?" Lily tried her best to persuade him. "If you kill someone else and lose your qualifications, then you won't be able to fight Noa Doria." "Oh. Maoya frowned. Forget it, since it's like this, Maoya will bear with it for a while. Saying this, Maoya raised her head and looked at Claire, Fianna, and Alice. That's how it is. Big sisters, please tell me the whereabouts of Big Brother. That way, Maoya won't have to go through so much trouble to kill you. So, you're here for Noah. Alice held the ceremonial pike-shaped elven device tightly in her hand as she shouted in a delicate voice. If that's the case, then there's nothing more to say. Also, we don't know where Noah is right now. Fianna rolled her eyes and said. If we knew, we would have met up long ago. You don't know where Big Brother is? Maoya lowered her shoulders in disappointment. I thought I would be able to get my revenge today. No, it doesn't matter if they know where Noah Doria is or not. Lily's gaze fell on Claire, Fianna, and Alice. As long as we capture them and spread the news, we'll definitely be able to lure out Noah Doria. That's right. Maoya reacted and clapped her hands happily. Since that's the case, big sisters, please stay with Maoya for the time being. Don't even think about it. Claire gripped the flame whip tightly and glared at Maoya. I won't let you succeed. As soon as she finished speaking. Really? Maoya's eyes seemed to have lost their luster and became cloudy. If that's the case, then come and play with Maoya. Maoya raised one hand. On the wrist of that hand, a simple bracelet began to emit black and red light. Maoya. Lily was shocked. You can't use that elf. You'll kill them. So annoying. Maoya ignored Lily. It's none of your business what Maoya wants to do. But at this moment. Bang! Amidst the sound of an explosion, purgatory-like flames ignited and rushed into the air. In an extremely old building, a series of footsteps gradually sounded, echoing in the surroundings. Noah, Lindsley, Leola, and Aster slowly walked out of the building and came to a street. We're finally out, Lindsley said with a sigh of relief. I thought we'd be trapped there until the end of the competition. Thank you, Aster. Noah patted Aster's head. Luckily you led the way, or else it would have been troublesome. I'm Master's sword. Aster's face was still expressionless, but his mysterious eyes were squinting because of the comfort. Helping Master is a matter of course. Since we're out, then let's part ways here, Leola said without hesitation. We'll have to fight sooner or later. If you don't attack me now, then I'll find you when I'm fully recovered. After saying that, Leola turned around and slipped into an alley. Before Noah and Lindsley could reply, she disappeared. Noah and Lindsley didn't ask her to stay. After all, just like what Leola said, they would have to fight sooner or later, so there was no reason for them to continue moving together. Noah and Lindsley were already being extremely kind by not attacking Leola while she was in a weakened state. Leola was also aware of it, which was why she left. If she stayed, Noah and Lindsley wouldn't mind protecting her until she recovered, right? As her opponent, Leola had no reason to let them go to this extent for her. Leaving was also a matter of course. Next, whether or not Leola would encounter other elven envoys and be taken down by them would be her own problem. If Leola could hold on, she would eventually appear before Noah. When that happened, Noah thought it might be possible to satisfy Leola's fighting spirit. Right, Noah. Lindsley turned around and looked at Noah with her bright eyes. How's the child? Chapter 1806. Under Lindsley's bright gaze, Noah shrugged. With a flip of his hand, a piece of elven ore immediately appeared in his hand. It was the most common piece of elven organ. However, this piece of elven ore flickered with a ripple-like luster, looking very dazzling. Looking at that piece of elven ore, Lindsley hurriedly spoke. Miss Elven, are you all right? As soon as Lindsley's words fell, a sound came from the elven ore in Noah's hand. I'm fine, I don't feel any discomfort. The elven girl who had been sealed and had lost her memories and power was now sealed in this elven ore. Elven ore could be used to seal elves and use the sealed elven's power. However, this kind of use was mostly a one-time use. After using it, the sealed elven would leave. In order to bring the elven girl out of the underground maze, Noah followed Aster's suggestion and sealed her in this elven Oregon. Originally, there was a barrier in the underground maze that could imprison the elven girl, making her unable to leave. That kind of barrier was the type that could be continuously regenerated. Unless the core was destroyed, otherwise, even if Noah used Aster's power to break the barrier, it would immediately recover. It would be of no use. Therefore, Aster suggested that Noah use the elven ore to seal the elven girl inside and bring her out of the underground maze. This way, with Noah's curse resistance, if he carried the elven ore with him, the barrier would not work. Therefore, Noah brought the elven girl out of the underground maze. As for the seal on the elven girl that made her lose her memories and power, it could only be removed through a proper unsealing ceremony. This ceremony was not very difficult. Usually, the more profound witch of the gods' parliament would know how to do it. Since this was the case, as a former elven princess candidate, Phaena had no reason not to know the unsealing ceremony. Noah's plan was to wait until the end of the Elven Sword Dance Festival, then let Phaena help the elven girl with the unsealing ceremony. But, ordinary elven ore can be used to seal the highest-ranked elven in human form. It's really unbelievable. Lindsley sighed. For a high elf like Miss Elf, her power should be sealed by the blood of the Elf King. Even so, I've already lost my powers. I'm just a half-assed elf with empty ranks, the elven girl said. Thus, even if it was an ordinary elven ore that sealed me, it would not be strange at all. Wait until the Elven Sword Dance Festival is over. Our companions will be able to remove the seal for you so that you can regain your strength and memory, Noah said to the elven ore in his hand. Before that, I'll have to trouble you to stay in the spirit ores for the time being. It doesn't matter. Being able to leave the underground maze is already something worth celebrating. We can take our time with the rest. The elven girl's voice didn't sound anxious at all, as if she really wasn't in a hurry at all. Compared to the lifeless underground labyrinth, the feeling of staying in the elf ore is much better. You can just do what you want to do. There's no need to worry about me. That's good. Noah smiled. Then, please take a break for the time being. After saying that, Noah took out his gift card and stored the elven ore that sealed the elven girl into the gift card. If he carried it with him, Noah was worried that he would accidentally make a mistake during a battle. However, if he stored it in the gift card, he wouldn't have to worry about that. After all, the gift card could be summoned at will. Normally, he could completely make it disappear as if it was hidden in his body. There was no need to carry it around as he wished. After seeing Noah storing the elven ore in the gift card, Linley seemed to be relieved. She asked Noah. Then, Noah, what should we do next? Hearing that, Noah was just about to answer when a shrill roar suddenly shook the air. Roar, 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 roar. The shrill roar shook the atmosphere, causing the ground to tremble slightly. What? What's wrong? Linley was shocked. What happened? Noah didn't answer. Instead, he turned his head abruptly and looked in a direction. There, a huge pillar of fire soared into the sky, setting off bursts of raging fire. Like a shock wave, it attacked in all directions. And in the pillar of fire that soared into the sky, a huge figure gradually appeared. It was an evil spirit whose entire body seemed to be formed by magma. Its body was constantly burning with flames, and its eye sockets had a red glow like a furnace. The evil spirit held a very thick flame whip in its hand. Black smoke billowed in its mouth, and its body surged with extremely powerful divine power. It faced the sky and let out a shrill roar. That scene was simply like a ghost from purgatory breaking into the human world. It caused the temperature in the air to suddenly rise by a few levels. Looking at the evil spirit that was burning with raging fire, Linley's pretty face became a little pale. What? What is that? Noah focused his eyes and stared at the evil spirit holding the flame whip. His dark and deep pupils flickered slightly. Aster, on the other hand, stared at the evil spirit in the flames and suddenly spoke. Master, that's the magic flame elf, Vera Oka. Vera-oka. Noah looked at Aster in surprise. You said that's the magic flame elf, Vera-oka? Yes. Aster nodded. In the Elven War, that magic flame elf was once sent to the front line, so I have memories of its existence. Magic flame elf, Vera-oka. Linley seemed to have reacted and muttered. I remember that it seems to be a tactical military elf that has been sealed and abandoned, right? That's right. Noah looked at the evil spirit that was burning with flames. Its name comes from the true name of the demon god that destroyed many cities and countries in the Elven War. It was called the evil spirit that controlled the flame of annihilation. It was used in the later stages of the Lambar War that swept all the countries on the continent. But because it was too unstable, it was sealed and abandoned after only 2 uses. Noah had been immersed in the library of the sanctuary 2 days before the finals to collect information. Among them, there was a record of that magic flame elf. It said that it's the highest level of military elves that a country can have. Apart from the tactical military elves that are no longer allowed to be used and have all been sealed, it's the strongest military elf, Noah said in a deep voice. In terms of strength, I'm afraid that even Myra's Sage Monarch division is inferior to it. Without more than 10 excellent elves to control it, I'm afraid that they can't even order it around. Why would such a military elf appear here? Linley said in shock, then seemed to understand something. Could it be that the elf named Mauya in the Purgatory Apostle summoned it? She can even control the military sprite, which is the highest level in the tactical level, by herself. Noah stared at the evil ghost bathed in the flames of the red lotus. After a while, amidst Linley's exclamation, he grabbed her in his arms and turned into a streak of light, flying towards Vera-oka's location. Whoosh! Amidst a piercing sound, the flame whip formed from flames cut through the air, as if it was burning the atmosphere to nothingness, and ruthlessly smashed down. Bang! A muffled explosion sounded. The flaming whip was like the heaviest stick, heavily smashing the ground. Suddenly, the shattered ground was like steel that had been calcined, becoming fiery red. The gravel was directly baked into magma, like volcanic rock that had erupted, mixed in with the violent shock wave, shaking in all directions. Ah! Claire, Phaeana, and Alice were all sent flying by the violent shock waves. They rolled on the ground for a while before finally stopping. Ugh, ah, Linsley and Alice both let out gloomy sounds. Claire raised her head with difficulty and looked forward. There, a young girl named Mauya was sitting on the red lotus wraith's shoulder. An imprint on the back of one of Mauya's hands blossomed with light, illuminating Mauya's innocent yet cruel face. Chapter 1807. The flames of the red lotus burned on the body of the flame spirit named Vera-oka, dyeing the surroundings a fiery red. Mauya didn't seem to be affected by the flames at all. She sat on the shoulder of the flame spirit and looked down at Claire, Phaeana, and Alice, licking her lips in excitement. What's wrong? Big sisters? Is this not enough? Faced with Mauya's provocation, not to mention Alice, even Phaeana bit her lips and struggled to stand up from the ground. Claire also struggled to get up and stared at the flame spirit. Feeling the terrifying divine power and shocking heat from the spirit, her pretty face couldn't help but turn pale. She actually completely controlled that kind of military spirit by herself. There should be a limit no matter how exaggerated it is, right? The advantage of military spirits was that they had a wide range of uses. It didn't matter how strong the spirit was, as long as one had the aptitude, they could draw out a certain amount of power from the spirit. In other words, military spirits couldn't display their full power. They couldn't transform into spirit equipment like contracted spirits, and their innate power was limited. They could only display a portion of their power. However, this petite girl in front of her could completely display the full power of a military spirit. Moreover, a military spirit like Vera-oka, which belonged to the strongest level of tactical spirits, should have at least 10 outstanding witch adepts controlling it successfully, but Mauya did it all by herself. This fact made Claire's heart bitterly cold. Even if it's an expert who received special training to control military spirits, isn't it a bit too much to reach this level? The one who responded to Claire wasn't Maya, but Lily, who stood to the side and quietly watched the development of the situation. Maya has an innate ability. She can display the spirit's power to the limit and forcibly squeeze out all of the spirit's power, Lily said coldly. Although that will make the sprites that Maya touches go berserk and even be destroyed in the end, Maya can already control this ability to a certain extent by transplanting the spell seal. Not only can Maya use a high-grade military sprite alone, but she can also use all the power of the military sprite. As long as Maya has a military sprite in her hand, you won't have any chance of winning. Even if I don't have any elves to use, Maya won't lose to these useless big sisters, Maya pouted, then raised her hand that was branded with the spell and giggled. However, when there's an elf that can be used, Maya is the strongest other than my sister. Big sisters, come and try the power of Maya's fool's pincer. After speaking, the magic flame spirit with flames burning all over its body immediately raised the whip of flames in its hand. Amidst a sharp whistling sound, it heavily swung down in the direction of the group of young girls. Bang! The heavy flame whip once again smashed into the ground, turning the ground into a fiery red like steel that had been calcined. At the same time, it stirred up violent winds and magma-like rock fragments, exploding into the air. Ah! The group of young girls suddenly let out sorrowful cries and were blown away again. However, this time, Alice reacted and waved the magic device in her hand. Wind, blow to your heart's content. A whirlwind suddenly blew along the path of Alice's elven device, sweeping up the group of young ladies. The group of young ladies seemed to be held up by an invisible hand, finally avoiding the fate of rolling on the ground again. Once she steadied herself, Claire threw out the flame whip in her hand. Go! Scarlet! The flame whip that was thrown out ferociously swelled into a ball of flames and turned into a flaming cat. Ga! The flame spirit named Scarlet let out a sharp cry. Like a streak of fiery red light, it streaked across the sky and pounced in the direction of Virayakur. However, almost at the same time, the magic flame spirit Virayakur let out a terrifying roar. Its entire body seemed to explode, bursting into flames. Boom! A muffled sound rang out as the explosive flame turned into a substantial shockwave, sending Scarlet flying away like a fiery red stream of light. Then, the magic flame spirit's whip of flames once again swung down, burning the atmosphere and causing an ear-piercing sound. At the same time, it smashed fiercely in Claire's direction like a thunderbolt. If she had been hit by that terrifying attack, Claire would have been crushed to pieces in an instant and incinerated by the raging flames, leaving no trace behind. Just as Lily had said, Maya didn't care about any consequences and wouldn't show any mercy. Once she attacked, it would be a fatal attack. Claire, who had returned to her elf form with the magic device, could only look on helplessly as the magic flame whip smashed towards her like a thunderbolt. At this time, Fianna's delicate shout sounded from behind. Georges! A flash of light suddenly burst forth in front of Claire, turning into a fully armed pure white night elf. It raised the shield in its hands and blocked in front of Claire. Boom! The flame whip, which was capable of burning the earth into magma, landed heavily on the thick shield, causing a burst of flames. Crack! The terrifying force and impact caused cracks to appear on Georges's shield. Liar! Fianna covered her mouth in disbelief. He actually cracked Geokias's shield with a single blow. It must be known that even when facing the bombardment of Versilia with a large number of spell engravings, Geokias's shield was able to withstand it stably. And now, a single attack from the flame elf Viroka was able to crack Geokias's shield so cleanly. Is this the power of the strongest military elves in the tactical grade? Alice clenched the magic device tightly and clenched her teeth. No, our chances of winning are too low. We can't continue fighting like this. That's right. Claire retreated to Fianna and Alice's side and said in a deep voice. We can't continue fighting like this. We have to retreat. Unfortunately, Claire, Fianna, and Alice's plan had long been seen through by Lily, who had been quietly watching from the side. I knew you would definitely choose to retreat. This is a very wise choice, but I've already seen through it. As soon as she finished speaking, several vines suddenly burst out from the ground behind Claire, Fayeana, and Alice. Immediately after, the vines twisted and coiled around the three girls like agile pythons. Ah! Oh! Ah! Claire, Fayeana, and Alice were all tied up by the vines and pulled up into the air. When, damn it, let go of me, the three girls immediately struggled. However, no matter how they struggled, they couldn't break free. The outcome has been decided. Lily walked up. You're too careless, elf emissary of the Austrian Empire. Lily. Mauya was still sitting on the flame elf's shoulder. She frowned and spoke with dissatisfaction. Who told you to interfere? Isn't it fine as long as you can achieve your goal? Lily sighed. If I don't interfere, you'll definitely forget to be merciful and kill him, right? I don't need Lily to interfere with my business. Mauya was still dissatisfied, but she didn't say anything else. Forget it. Mauya's goal is that big brother anyway. I'm not interested in big sisters. You. Claire, Fayeana, and Alice glared at Mauya. Alright, let's get back to the main topic. Lily raised her eyes and looked at the group of girls. You really don't know where Noah Dole is? We don't know. Alice answered without any hesitation. Even if we knew, we wouldn't tell you. Is that so? Lily nodded without changing her expression. It's fine. We'll find him. As his words faded, an indifferent voice rang out. You're looking for me, right? Chapter 1808. I'm the one you're looking for, right? When such a voice rang out and entered the ears of everyone present, the expressions on everyone's faces froze. In the next second, Claire, Fayeana, and Alice were pleasantly surprised. Lily's pupils suddenly shrank. As for Mauya, after being slightly startled, her eyes suddenly brightened. Soon after, a gorgeous shout resounded. Magic ice arrow projectile. A barrage of ice arrows suddenly appeared in the air like raindrops, shooting toward Lily's direction. Lily's expression was startled. Without any hesitation, she stomped on the ground and jumped up. Under such circumstances, the ice arrows flew past Lily's original position and accurately landed on the vines binding Claire, Fayeana, and Alice. Poochie poochie poochie. Along with a series of snapping sounds, the thick vines were directly cut off by the ice arrows. Claire, Fayeana, and Alice immediately fell from midair. Ah! Fayeana fell on her but on the ground. It was so painful that tears almost flowed out of her eyes. On the other hand, Claire and Alice stumbled to the ground and raised their heads, looking in the direction the ice arrows had come from. There, holding an ice bow, Lindsley stood on the top of a building. She combed her hair and had a confident smile on her face. Looks like we made it in time. Lindsley. Alice was pleasantly surprised once again. Undoubtedly, that idiot is an archer. Why is she standing in such a conspicuous place? Claire complained. Lily, who had dodged Lindsley's arrow with a leap, realized that she had been tricked. Lindsley's goal from the beginning wasn't to deal with Lily, but to help Claire, Fayeana, and Alice out of their predicament. However, that kind of thing was no longer important. Lily gripped the dagger in her hand and shouted with a dignified expression. Noah Dole, since you're here, then come out. Everyone suddenly fell silent. After a while, Lily's pointy ears twitched slightly. She abruptly turned her head and looked in a direction. Noah appeared beside Claire, Fayeana, and Alice and helped Fayeana up. Are you okay? Noah asked. I'm fine. Fayeana rubbed her butt and smiled bitterly. But it was dangerous. Why are you here? Claire hurriedly trotted over. Didn't we agree to act separately? It's a long story. Noah handed Fayeana over to Claire. Fortunately, I'm here. Otherwise, you would have all been eliminated. Their target seems to be you, not us, Alice also came over and said with an annoyed expression. They just want to capture us, Phaeana said. Is that so? Noah nodded. Got it. After saying that, Noah turned his gaze and glanced at Lily, who was looking at him with a guarded expression. Then, he looked at Maya, who was sitting on the shoulder of the magic flame elf. I finally meet you, big brother. Maya's smile was very sweet. Maya has been looking for you for a long time. Noah didn't reply. He just took a step forward and arrived in front of Claire, Phaeana, and Alice. He looked at Maya, who was smiling very sweetly, and said with an indifferent expression. You were in such a hurry to find me because of Lily and Isabel, right? That's right. Maya's smile was still on her face, but her eyes became a bit dim. Who told Big Brother to keep pestering Big Sister? Maya had no choice but to kill you. Claire, Phaeana, Alice, and even Linley in the distance trembled slightly. Undoubtedly, Maya was younger than anyone present. She was only 1 year older than Mira, who was rated as the youngest participant of this year's Elven Sword Dance Festival. Her tone was also very innocent, but it gave people an indescribable feeling of terror. Clearly, Maya sounded like a child joking. Every time she opened her mouth, she would kill. She was completely serious. Yet, this girl had the strength to start a massacre. Under such circumstances, the feeling of terror that Maya gave people was very unusual. This was also the reason why Maya was called a monster in the teaching academy. She was younger than anyone else, but she had killed more people than anyone else. She had no concept of good and evil. She could take someone's life with a single thought. It was really too terrifying. Therefore, even Lily, who had always been by her side, was very afraid of Maya. However, this wasn't the first time Noah had met this type of person. Thus, Maya's innocent and cruel appearance made Noah think of Ilya. When they met for the first time, Noah felt that Maya was very similar to Ilya. Not in terms of appearance, but in terms of the concept of good and evil. For these two children, killing someone was just a matter of a thought. They only needed a small reason. However, that wasn't a reason for Maya to casually kill her companions. Want to kill me? Noah nodded calmly. Then come. That extremely calm appearance gave everyone present a feeling. That was, Noah didn't see Maya as a threat at all. Big Brother seems to look down on Maya. The smile on Maya's face finally disappeared. Her immature but cute face seemed to be covered in a shadow, becoming expressionless. Since it's like this, then you can go die. The rune on the back of Maya's hand suddenly blossomed with a dazzling bloody light. Roar, 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 roar. The demonic flame spirit holding the flame whip suddenly roared crazily. Its whole body erupted with a terrifying divine power and heat. It no longer waved the flame whip in its hand that could burn the earth like before. Instead, like a furious ghost, it madly rushed in the direction of Noah. In an instant, the ground trembled under the demonic flame spirit's stomp. Each step of Verakorka shattered the ground where it landed, blasting a medium-sized pit, and became boiling hot like volcanic magma. In the blink of an eye, the demonic flame spirit violently rushed in front of Noah. It raised an arm, and like a meteor falling from the sky, it heavily blasted in the direction of Noah. Wherever that punch passed, the atmosphere was completely squeezed clean. It shook and created a terrifying sonic boom, causing the temperature to suddenly rise to a shocking level. Compared to the demonic flame spirit, which was the most powerful tactical military spirit, Noah, who was at least 10 times smaller in size, was like a small boat in a storm. His robe fluttered in the wind, and he looked extremely small and fragile. Be careful. The 4 girls, Claire, Linley, Phaeana, and Alice, exclaimed. However, Noah calmly looked at the huge fist that seemed to be formed from magma and was covered in flames. He gently lifted one of his hands. At this moment, all the divine power flowing in Noah's body turned into magic power. Hum. Like electric wires, magic power patterns suddenly climbed up Noah's arm. Roar, 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 roar. The demonic flame spirit once again let out a roar that shook the air, and heavily blasted that punch at Noah, who was extremely small compared to it. Undoubtedly, the demonic flame spirit directly rushed up to make a close-range attack with the shockingly destructive flame whip in its hand. His crazed appearance told everyone that he was going crazy. Vereker had lost control. After all, this demonic flame spirit was very unstable to begin with, which was why it was abandoned. Moreover, Maoya's fool's pincer could make the spirit go berserk, so it wasn't strange for Vereker to completely fall into madness. And this berserk state caused Vereker's power to increase exponentially. A simple punch could probably even match a demon god-level sprite. However, at this moment, Noah finally moved. His fist, which was covered with magic patterns like electric wires, blasted out without any fancy moves. Bang! Along with a muffled explosion, the demonic flame spirit Vereker, who enjoyed the reputation of being the most powerful of the tactical grade and was even sent to the front lines to fight during the Elven War, suddenly exploded into a pile of fragments. Chapter 1809. Bang! 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 Amidst a resounding boom, the lava-like rocks that made up the demonic flame spirit's body abruptly crashed to the ground. After scorching the ground, the flames on the rocks gradually extinguished, finally turning into pitch-black reefs. Maoya, who was sitting on the shoulder of the magic flame elf, directly fell to the ground. The pain didn't make Maoya cry out. She didn't even react. Maoya sat on the ground in a daze and looked at the pitch-black reefs scattered all over the ground. Her mind was blank as if she had lost her soul. Not to mention Maoya, even Lily's pretty face abruptly changed, and her eyes were filled with shock. Claire, Linley, Frianna, and Alice were also stunned and couldn't react. Out of everyone present, only Noah withdrew his fist. He glanced at Maoya, who was sitting on the ground in a daze, and threw out such a sentence. Are you satisfied now that you've killed it? Satisfied? Are you kidding me? The entire battle didn't even take 3 seconds. In the end, Noah finished off the magic flame elf, which was one of the strongest among the tactical military elves and had been squeezed out of all its power by Maoya's the Fool's Pincer, with a single punch. Noah himself was unscathed, as if he had done something insignificant. How could anyone be satisfied with that? That was an elf that reached the demon god level in an instant when it went berserk. It was finished off with one blow just like that. Impossible. Impossible. Maoya murmured as if she had lost her soul. Maoya. Maoya, gulp. Claire, Linley, Frianna, and Alice couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva, but they still felt thirsty. Finished off a demon god level elf with one blow. Was it even possible for something like that to happen? Unfortunately, Noah didn't seem to realize how shocking his action was. He stepped forward and took out the magic stones from Maoya's pocket while she was still in a daze. Buzz! In the next moment, a magic array appeared on the ground beneath Maoya. It bloomed with light and covered Maoya. Then, both Maoya and the array disappeared. Moya, who was able to compete with ace elven ambassadors like Leola and Luminaris, left just like that. Noah turned around and looked at Lily while holding the magic stone that he found on Maoya's body. You're next. Under Noah's gaze, Lily couldn't help but take a few steps back, her eyes filled with fear. Lily, who even Maoya was afraid of, had no chance of winning against Noah, who could finish off Maoya in one blow. This was something that could be imagined even if one used their knees to think. As expected. Lily bit her lip and whispered. Even if it's Maoya, it's impossible for her to be a match for this male elf user. Lady Red Lotus was right. Hearing Lily's words clearly, Noah narrowed his eyes. In other words, you're planning to lure me out even though you know that you can't defeat me? That's right. Lily tried her best to speak while facing Noah's gaze. Since you can fight evenly with Lady Red Lotus in a short battle, then you're not someone that Maoya and I can handle. That's what Lady Red Lotus told me. If that was the case, then it was a little thought-provoking. Why did Lily want to lure Noah out when she knew that she couldn't defeat Noah? Maoya was just a child who didn't even have a concept of good and evil. It wasn't strange for her to blindly find Noah. However, Lily seemed to be very mature and wouldn't do such an unwise thing. In the end, Lily still did it. Under such circumstances, Noah could only think of one reason. So that's how it is, Noah muttered to himself. That Lady Red Lotus told you to find me, right? Lily's eyes trembled, and even her expression changed. Obviously, Noah was right. Speak. Noah asked straightforwardly. Why did Lady Red Lotus ask you to find me? Lily fell silent. After a while, Lily looked up at Noah and said, Don't worry, Mr. Noah. Lady Red Lotus wants to see you. Noah raised an eyebrow and smiled. In other words, you're just here to lead the way. Yes. Lily had a bitter look on her face. This is the task that Lady Red Lotus entrusted to me. Noah fell silent as if he was thinking about something. He tossed the magic stone in his hand up and down, which made Lily's heart skip a beat. Soon, Noah nodded. I understand. Tell me where Lady Red Lotus is and I'll go there myself. Go there yourself? Lily was stunned. I've seen the map of this abandoned city in the library of the Holy Region. Just tell me the location. Noah glanced at Lily. Then, you can leave. With that, Lily's fate was decided. Lily opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something. However, Noah's half-smile made Lily swallow her words. Perhaps, Lily didn't expect Noah to be so domineering that he disrupted Lady Red Lotus's plan for her. But who asked Lily to attack Claire, Viviana, and Alice? Therefore, Noah had no reason to keep this girl from the Elfie clan. Understanding this, Lily could only nod her head. Wang. A minute later, a magic array for teleportation appeared on the ground below Lily and she disappeared just like Maoya. Only then did the group of girls realize what happened. Noah walked in front of them and suddenly said, Lady Red Lotus, I'll meet up with Lady Red Lotus. I'm going to meet that Red Lotus. The four of you will act together as per the plan we set out earlier. The group of girls was stunned. In the end, it was Claire who understood Noah's intentions beforehand. You want to meet Lady Red Lotus alone? Claire frowned. Isn't that too risky? Yeah, Alice agreed. That might be a trap. I think so too, Viviana said quickly. It's better if you don't go. Even if we're going, we should go together. Linley looked straight at Noah. There's no reason for you to go alone. The group of girls' concerns weren't wrong. Lady Red Lotus, who didn't have any interaction with Noah, suddenly sent Lily to find him and didn't hesitate to use Noah's team members to lure him out. No matter how they thought about it, it couldn't be that she just wanted to duel with Noah. If it was Leola, it would be possible. But if it was Lady Red Lotus, no one would believe that dangerous person would go through so much trouble just for a duel. Since that was the case, they could only think of a banquet at Hongmen. No one would want to be like Xiangyu, who knew that it was a banquet at Hongmen but still happily participated. Unfortunately, Noah wasn't one of them. You don't have to worry about me. I know what I'm doing. Noah smiled slightly. It just so happens that I have some things I want to verify with Lady Red Lotus. It might not be a bad thing to go. Claire, Linley, Viviana, and Alice looked at each other and opened their mouths in unison. However, before the group of girls had a chance to speak, Noah said, You don't have to come with me. Not only would that be a waste of time, but if it really is a trap, I can still escape unscathed. If you guys come, then it might not be so. The girls were immediately speechless. After all, Noah's strength was something that was obvious to all. Even Maoya, who was comparable to an ace player, was cleanly defeated by Noah. If Noah really wanted to escape, the girls believed that even Lady Red Isubble wouldn't be able to stop him. If the girls were to follow him, they might really make Noah cower in fear and be unable to unleash his full potential. Since that was the case, the best way was undoubtedly to follow the plan they had agreed on before and act separately. If the four of you are together, other than Lady Red Isubble, even an ace player won't be able to do anything to you, Noah said. So, leave Lady Red Lotus to me. The girls were silent for a while. In the end, they could only nod helplessly. Noah smiled slightly and raised his head to look at the sky. In the air, the atmosphere before a storm began to spread. Chapter 18:10. With the passage of time, the moonlit night gradually turned darker and darker. In the abandoned city, a large number of magical fairies were still active, making the ancient city seem livelier than it was during the day. Vaguely, the elven messengers hiding in the corners of the abandoned city could even hear roars full of resentment, which made them feel terrified. Those roars were either the cries of violent magical fairies or the cries of undead crippled elves. In such a city, the elven envoys from the Ordesian Empire, the Alpha Theocracy, the Holy Tuya Kingdom, and the Draconic Duchy of Draconia were still playing games with each other, performing a wonderful elven sword dance. Gradually, the gloomy and lively atmosphere in the abandoned city began to fade. The magical fairies began to conceal themselves. The crippled elves gradually disappeared on the spot. The sky gradually regained its light, and dawn had already arrived. However, even though dawn had arrived, the sky was still overcast, as if it was a gloomy day. It seemed a little lifeless. Although, at a time like this, even if there's good weather, I won't be happy. With such a feeling, Noah walked on the vast but somewhat dilapidated street without stopping. Noah's destination was the center of the abandoned city. There was a very grand sacred hall there. It was said that in the past, before the abandoned city was baptized by the Elven War, the elves who built this city used to worship the Elven King. Now, after thousands of years, the Elven War had turned this city into ruins, but the sacred hall was barely preserved. It could be considered a miracle. Of course, after so many years, the sacred hall had already become a place of historical interest. However, the most mysterious elven messengers of the Elven Sword Dance Festival were there, waiting for Noah's arrival. Whoosh! The gloomy and cold wind blew across the entire street, stirring up a cloud of dust and making the vision a little hazy. After 10 minutes, Noah finally arrived in front of the sacred hall, braving the cold wind. Without any hesitation, Noah reached out his hand and forcefully pushed open the door of the sacred hall. Clack! With a heavy rusty sound, the door that was 2 or 3 times taller than Noah opened with difficulty. Walking into the sacred hall, Noah was presented with an extremely vast hall. In the center of the hall, a girl wearing a military uniform of the Alphys Empire and a ghost-like mask on her face had her back facing Noah. She was like a statue, not moving at all. Looking at that figure, Noah stopped in his tracks. It was only then that Red Lotus seemed to wake up from her nap and raised her head. Are they here? If Lotus' voice was as elegant as a breeze, then Red Lotus' voice was as cold and heavy as a king's. Only those who had seen true despair and hell could make such a sound. Noah did not know what kind of despair and hell Red Lotus had seen. However, at least in Noah's memory, this person had brought unimaginable hell and despair to others. Thus, Noah said faintly, "Should I continue to call you Red Lotus? Or should I call you by your real name?" With just one sentence, the already heavy atmosphere seemed to have been filled with lead, to the point where it was difficult to even breathe. Red Lotus turned around and looked at Noah. Her voice seemed even colder than before. "So that's how it is. Have you noticed my real identity? Because, Lotus once told me that you seem to have some relationship with Claire and Phaena." Noah continued as if he did not feel the coldness in Red Lotus' voice. However, ever since the Fire Elf King unleashed a great fire on the entire Elysia Empire 4 years ago in a fit of rage, the Elstian family that Claire belonged to was stripped of their noble title. Both her parents were imprisoned, and only Claire remained in the Elysia Elven Academy. However, because she was the younger sister of the elf princess of Calamity, everyone looked at her coldly and no longer made friends with her. Therefore, if you are related to Claire, you must have known each other 4 years ago. As for Fayanna, she was called the Lost Elf Concubine because she lost her contract with an elf. That was also 4 years ago, Noah said. After that, Fayanna's treatment was almost the same as Claire's. If you are related to Fayanna, then it could only be 4 years ago. Since you are related to Claire and Fayanna before their downfall and at such a special time 4 years ago, I believe that no matter who it is, they will first think of one person. Noah glanced at Red Lotus. That is the elf concubine of Calamity who betrayed the Fire Elf King 4 years ago and stole the most powerful flame elf from the Fire Elf King's temple, causing the entire Alphys Empire to suffer a calamity. Red Lotus fell silent. However, the atmosphere around her began to change, making the air even heavier. Noah looked at Red Lotus, who remained silent, and continued with a smile. In addition to Lotus, before the start of the Elven Sword Dance Festival, Losti also told me that among the Purgatory Apostles, there was another person as terrifying as Lotus. Moreover, this person seemed to have formed a contract with a mythical elf. This was undoubtedly another hint. Because of this, before the start of the finals, I even hid in the library of the Holy Realm and thoroughly searched for information. In the end, I confirmed one thing. Noah looked straight at Red Lotus. 4 years ago, the elf concubine of Calamity took away the most powerful flame elf from the Fire Elf King's temple. It was a mythical elf that was defeated by the 5 elf kings in the Elven War and was sealed in the Fire Elf King's temple. You have a deep relationship with Claire and Viviana, who didn't lose everything 4 years ago. You also have a mythical elf that won't enter the human world and form a contract with humans. In addition, your aura is so scorching. It's obvious that your elf attribute is the fire attribute. With so many hints, can't we confirm your true identity? Noah's voice echoed clearly in the entire space. The elf concubine of Calamity, Rubia Elstian. As soon as she finished speaking. Boom! In the sound of an explosion, an extremely terrifying flame burned fiercely on Red Lotus' body and turned into a wave of fire that violently surged in all directions. Suddenly, the entire holy church seemed to be burning and turned into a sea of fire. The heat in the air rose to an extremely terrifying level. The billowing heat wave was already comparable to Naz, who had once used the power of Fire Dragon King Ignir. In the center of this sea of fire, Red Lotus' waist-length black hair bathed in flames began to burn. The flames didn't burn Hong Lian's hair. Instead, Hong Lian's waist-length hair gradually turned a fiery red from top to bottom as the flames continued to burn. That hair color was exactly the same as Claire's. Then, Hong Lian's cold voice rang out. I didn't expect that in addition to strength, you also have such a degree of wisdom. Saying this, Red Lotus reached out and took off the mask on her face. It was a pretty face that was breathtakingly beautiful. It was somewhat similar to Claire's appearance, but more mature, adding a bit of charm out of nowhere. However, on that face, there was a coldness that Claire didn't have. Red Lotus, who no longer hid her appearance, threw the mask in her hand. Her waist-length fiery red hair rose and fell with the rolling waves of fire. A pair of ruby-like eyes stared straight at Noah. As expected, your ability is as outstanding as Liana Subble said. It even exceeded my expectations. How interesting. Red Lotus said. No, her name wasn't Red Lotus. She was Claire's biological sister and Frianna's senior in the Gods' Parliament. She had interacted with both Claire and Frianna like sisters. Rubia Elstian. The elf concubine of Calamity. That was the girl's true identity. Claire definitely didn't expect it, right? The person she wanted to meet at the Elven Sword Dance Festival had already appeared on the same stage as her. Chapter 1811. The flames of the Red Lotus were still burning in the spacious hall, causing the heat waves to reverberate in the air like invisible waves. At this moment, Rubia Elstian was like the master of the flames. She was bathed in the sea of flames of the Red Lotus. Her gaze was as sharp as a blade as it fell on Noah's body. Facing Rubia's sharp gaze and feeling the shocking heat emitted by the sea of flames, Noah knew that the Elf of Calamity didn't make such a big commotion for show. Instead, she wanted to disperse the wandering spirits of the divine ceremonial court. Otherwise, the spirits of the divine ceremonial court would transmit what was happening here to the great sacrificial hall and let everyone know the true identity of the Red Lotus. The sudden appearance of the Elf of Calamity and her disguise as she infiltrated the Elven Sword Dance would definitely cause a huge uproar. At that time, the people of the divine ceremonial court and the Ordesian Empire would most likely break into the Elven Sword Dance and capture Rubia. That was why Rubia summoned this sea of flames the moment Noah revealed her true identity. Her purpose was to disperse the surrounding spirits of the divine ceremonial court. Therefore, apart from Noah and Rubia, no one would know what was happening here. However, that was exactly what Noah wanted. After all, what Noah wanted to ask next was not something that should be known by unrelated people. "I have a question." Noah met Rubia's sharp gaze and said. "No, to be exact, it should be 2 questions. 2 questions? Rubia's red eyes flickered slightly. "I thought you would only ask me why I am here." "That is indeed one of the questions," Noah said calmly. "Compared to why you are here, the other question is more important to me." "Is that so?" Rubia said indifferently. "It doesn't matter. I have my own reasons for asking you here. Before that, I will listen to your questions. Then, please answer me." Noah's gaze was fixed on Rubia. "What is your relationship with the Saintess of Salvation, Alicia Edith?" Rubia's pair of red eyes suddenly rippled. "Don't tell me you have nothing to do with the Saintess of Salvation." Noah stared at Rubia. "If you're really interested in me, then you should have investigated me. I believe you know about the relationship between my contracted sprite and the Saintess of Salvation, right?" Just as he finished speaking, the elven mark on the back of Noah's hand blossomed with a brilliant light. Within the light, Aster's figure slowly appeared. A pair of mysterious eyes stared at Rubia. "I can sense Alicia's aura on you," Aster said, staring at Rubia. "Although it's very weak, it's definitely the same aura as Alicia's." "I'm sure of it." Hearing this, Rubia glanced at Aster, but her voice did not waver. "So that's how it is. Because you felt the aura of the Saintess on me, you thought I was related to her? There's no harm in telling you." Rubia's tone was extremely indifferent. "I do have an inextricable relationship with the former Saintess of Salvation." When this sentence came out of Rubia's mouth, Noah could clearly feel Aster's uneasiness. Then, Rubia's next sentence completely messed up Aster's heart. "If you want to know why, it's just like how Rina Subble inherited the power of the Demon King, I also inherited the power of the Saintess. If Rina Subble is the reincarnation of the Demon King, then I am the reincarnation of the Saintess." This sentence shocked Noah. Aster's entire body trembled. His eyes were filled with an intense emotion that had never been seen before. You're lying." Aster's voice trembled. "The Demon King can be reincarnated because the original form of the Demon King's power is the power of the Dark Elf King. Before the Dark Elf King disappeared, he reincarnated his power into a human body. That's how the Demon King appeared. Alicia is just an ordinary human. How could she reincarnate her power?" "Ordinary human?" Rubia sarcastically said. "If the Saintess of Salvation was really an ordinary human, how could she have the power to annihilate the Demon King?" Aster was stunned. "What do you mean by that?" Noah asked in an interrogative manner. "Could it be that the Saintess of Salvation isn't an ordinary human?" "That's right," Rubia said without hesitation. "The Saintess of Salvation isn't an ordinary human. An ordinary human wouldn't be able to fight against the Demon King. Even if this human formed a contract with the Elf King, who was feared by the Elf King, she wouldn't be able to unleash the power of the Elf King. Mythical-grade elves were known as transcendent existences that couldn't form contracts with humans. After all, the more powerful the elf, the greater the restrictions on its use of power. Ritual elves like the Sage Monarch division couldn't be used without spending a lot of time to summon them. The restrictions on the usage of mythical-grade elves were even more shocking. It was so great that it exceeded the limits of what humans could bear. Generally speaking, such elves wouldn't be able to form contracts with humans. Under such circumstances, Aster, whose power was even greater than that of a mythical great elf, had to pay the price of forming a contract with him. Not only did he have to pay the price of the contractor's life, but he also had to die from the curse. That kind of consumption, even the elven concubines who are said to have the greatest amount of divine energy and serve the 5 elven kings, can't last more than a few minutes. If you want to unleash the power of the elf king, you won't even last a moment. Lubia didn't even look at Aster. It was as if she was talking about someone else. If that's the case, how could an ordinary human girl unleash the power of the strongest sword elf without any flaws? How could she annihilate the demon king who inherited the power of the dark elf king? Then what kind of person is Alicia? Aster had lost his cool. If she's not an ordinary human, then what kind of existence is Alicia? The answer is very simple. The Saintess is the same as the demon king. There's another power residing in her body, Lubia said word by word. No one knows that the Saintess's body is a suppressive force that exists to fight against the demon king. That human girl is merely an antibody created by the 5 elven kings to deal with the demon king. Wah! Noah was shocked. An antibody created by the 5 elven kings? Aster was even more stunned. This kind of performance was impossible to see from Aster in the past. However, Lubia's words really shocked Aster. You're lying. Aster shook his head in disbelief. You're lying, my existence is proof. Lubia looked coldly at Aster and continued without a trace of pity. Just like how the Dark Elf King's power resides in the Demon King's body, the Saintess's body also contains the power of the 5 Elven Kings. When the Demon King appears, the Saintess will awaken. It's because she possesses the power of the 5 Elven Kings that the Saintess can defeat the Demon King who also possesses the power of the Elven Kings. Therefore, when Lotus inherited the power of the Dark Elf King and became the Demon King, Lubia also inherited the power of the 5 Elven Kings and became the reincarnation of the Saintess. It was because of this that Lubia was able to form a contract with a mythical elf and possess power that was not inferior to Lotus. It's just that I didn't expect the Demon King and the Saintess to be together in this era. It's really ironic. Lubia seemed to have lost interest in continuing her explanation and looked at Noah. What's even more ironic is that other than the Demon King who inherited the power of the Dark Elf King and the Saintess who inherited the power of the 5 Elven Kings, there's actually another Elven envoy who's comparable to the Elven Kings and can perfectly use the Holy Sword. Could it be that your body also possesses someone else's power? After saying this, Lubia shook her head as if she didn't care. Forget it, there'll be plenty of opportunities to investigate this matter in the future. Now, I just need to confirm that you're a very precious fighting force. That's enough. No Adoria, Lubia said in a loud voice. Fight against this world with me. Chapter 18:12. Go against the world. Noah raised his head. Looking at Rubia's cold expression, Noah did not think that the current Saintess was joking. In other words, Rubia was completely serious about going against the world. Could that be Rubia's goal? Did Rubia participate in the Elven Sword Dance Festival to go against the world? What was her goal? As if she knew the question in Noah's mind, Rubia spoke directly. The way this world exists is wrong. The 5 Elven Kings control the world and bring blessings to the world. The system that governs the human world and the elemental world is no longer suitable for this world. Therefore, I must put this world on the right track. When she said this, Rubia's tone was more serious than ever. However, Noah still frowned. What does that mean? It's just what it means on the surface. Rubia's eyes flashed with a terrifying light. Everything in this world relies on the power of the Elven Kings to survive. Such a world is undoubtedly wrong. When there is dependence, there will be conflict. No one knows when the Elven Kings who maintain the existence of this world will destroy it. When that time comes, the humans who can only rely on the Elven Kings to survive will be destroyed along with the world. They will not be able to fight back at all. Therefore, we must rise up and fight. Rubia's voice was unprecedentedly loud. For the future of this world, we must pull down the elven kings who control the life and death of this world from their pedestal. The shocking speech caused Noah's eyes to suddenly narrow, and a feeling of bewilderment emerged in his heart. Is this why you betrayed the elven kings and came to participate in the Elven Sword Dance Festival? Noah asked with great uncertainty. To take back the control of the world from the elven kings? That's right. Rubia spoke decisively. The fate of the world should not be in the hands of the elven kings. My goal is to take back the world from the elven kings, destroy the elven kings, and create a world where elves do not exist. Rubia had finally said something that was not allowed to exist in this world. Destroy the elven kings and create a world where elves do not exist. That was Rubia's goal. However, this goal was simply unimaginable. Are you crazy? Noah's brows furrowed deeply. Everything in this world is maintained by the power of the elves. If the power of the elves disappears, don't tell me you don't know what will happen. Just like in the world of Fairy's Tale, where magic was important to humans, the power of fairies in this world was incomparably important. Without the power of fire, people would not be able to start a fire. Without the power of water, the water source would dry up. Without the power of the earth, the continent would not be able to maintain its stability and would most likely fall apart. Without the power of the wind would disappear from this world and never appear again. And these powers all came from the fairies. To be more precise, it was the Elf King who ruled over the elements of the entire world. Once the Elven King was eliminated, the above calamities would appear. At that time, the elves who relied on the power of the elements to survive would die, and the elven world, which was formed by the elements, might be destroyed. The human world would also usher in unimaginable changes. This kind of thing was too late for people to avoid, but there was actually someone who took the initiative to create it. That was simply a joke. It was too much. However, Rubia was not joking from start to finish. The truth is often the cruelest. You can't understand the helplessness and despair when you learn the cruelest truth, Rubia said in a low voice. Noah Doria, you have the power to know the truth. So, come with me. As long as we combine our power, even if our opponents are the gods who rule this world, we can still defeat them. Noah immediately fell silent. Only now did Noah have a feeling. The elf concubine who was known as the Calamity betrayed the Elf King and brought unimaginable disaster to the kingdom of Osea. She was hated by countless people. Perhaps she knew a secret that ordinary people could not imagine. That secret caused her to betray the Elf King. Even if she became a sinner of the human race, she would not hesitate. Claire's wish to participate in the Elven Sword Dance was to find out the truth behind Rubia's betrayal of the Elf King. Perhaps that hot-tempered young miss had never believed that her elder sister would actually become a person who committed such a heinous crime. Based on the current situation, Claire's idea might be correct. Behind Rubia's betrayal of the Elf King, there was an unknown truth. Otherwise, as the Saintess, Rubia had no reason to betray the 5 Elf Kings who were the source of her power. Thus, Noah spoke. Does Lotus also know about this and plan to act with you? That Demon King does know the truth. Rubia paused for a moment and then said expressionlessly. In a sense, we have the same goal, but the methods we use are different. I want to destroy the Elf King and create a world without elves. I want to free the world from the control of the Elf Kings, Rubia said softly. But Lotus Isubel wants to save the Elf King and free the world from the threat of the Mad Elf King. Mad Elf King. Noah's eyes narrowed. What does that mean? You don't need to know now. Rubia looked at Noah. If you want to know the truth, then come with me. Lend me your power and I will tell you everything. The atmosphere in the air suddenly became extremely uncomfortable. Noah's eyebrows furrowed deeper and deeper. He really felt that he had fallen into a huge whirlpool. And that whirlpool was almost completely connected to the life and death of this world. Just as Noah was deep in thought, a slender little hand was stuffed into his palm. Master. Aster raised his head and looked at Noah. His eyes were filled with uneasiness that had never been seen before. It was not the uneasiness that came from knowing the relationship between Lubia and the Saintess of Salvation. It was the uneasiness of not being able to continue accompanying Noah. If Lubia's goal was to create a world without elves, then Aster would not be allowed to exist. If Noah agreed to act with Lubia, it meant that Noah would give up on Aster. Aster was still uneasy about this. Seeing Aster like this, Noah's heart calmed down. He reached out his hand and patted Aster's head to comfort him. At the same time, he turned his gaze to Lubia. However, in the next second, Noah and Lubia's expression froze. They turned their heads and looked at the entrance of the hall. There, a girl wearing an exotic costume that looked like a witch's costume and holding a pitch-black magic sword walked in with powerful footsteps. She ignored the burning flames around her and slowly walked in. TSK. Lubia was speechless. You really came, Demon King. The one who came was Renasubble. Because I know that you will not let go of any cards that can be used to achieve your goal. Ren stepped on the flames and walked in step by step. A power that can fight against the Elven King is too important for you, who wants to destroy the Elven King. That's why you did not hesitate to let me, who has different expectations from you, to join you. You will not let such an excellent combatant like Noah Dole slip away before your eyes. You will definitely meet him. So, you have been spying on me all this time? Lubia said sarcastically. As expected of the Demon King. Didn't you also ask Lily to spy on me? Ren's face was calm. We are in the same boat, Saintess. Obviously, just like what Lubia said, Ren knew everything. Renasubble. Noah looked at Ren and said. What do you know? What do I know? That's something I need to worry about in the future. Lotus turned her gaze to Noah, a strong will surging in her eyes. Before that, let's settle the matter between us. Dense darkness surged from Ren's body like a storm. Chapter 18:13. Wang. Amidst the buzzing sound, the thick darkness that surged from Lotus' body turned into a frenzied airflow and poured into her body. At this moment, Lotus converted all the dark elemental energy under her control into divine aura, causing the phosphorescent light source to fluctuate from her body and turn into a gust of wind that swept in all directions. Holding the Vorpal sword in her hand, Lotus walked slowly toward Noah while emitting dense darkness and phosphorescent light. She did not even turn her head back as she spoke to Lubia. According to our previous agreement, I can act with you, but when I fight Noah, you can't interfere. You haven't forgotten, right? Lubia did not answer. Instead, after a moment of silence, she turned around and walked toward the burning sea of fire and gradually disappeared. Noah could feel that Lubia did not leave. However, just as Lotus said, Lubia clearly did not intend to interfere in the battle between Noah and Lotus. Noah took a deep breath and curled his lips into a smile as he looked at Lotus, who was slowly walking toward him. Her entire body was surging with an astonishing amount of divine power and dense darkness. You really know how to pick the right time. I have a lot of questions waiting to be answered. I know. That's why I have to fight you before you know the truth. Lotus said softly. After all, when you know the truth, you may not have the strength to fight me. The reverse was the same. If Lotus did not solve the problem with Noah first, she would not have the strength to fulfill her wish. In that case, before that, the only choice was to fight Noah first. No matter the final outcome, one of us will bear all the burdens. Lotus pointed the demonic sword in her hand at Noah. So, let's fight here. Noah stared at Lotus. When he saw the clear determination in her eyes, he immediately understood what was going on. Today, if victory and defeat were not determined, Lotus would absolutely not give up. Understanding this, Noah took a deep breath and suppressed the many doubts in his heart. He turned his head and looked at Aster. Aster, can you do it? Her former master was not an ordinary human. Instead, it was created by the 5 Elven Kings to suppress the Demon King. Moreover, the power of the saintess that originated from the 5 elven kings had now been inherited by Lubia, making her the saintess of this generation. Noah did not know how much this matter affected Aster. Hence, if Aster couldn't fight, Noah wouldn't force her to. Aster naturally understood what Noah meant, but she still spoke without hesitation. I am Master's sword. There's no reason why I can't. Hearing Aster's words, Noah nodded. Then I'll leave it to you, Aster. Yes. Aster's answered. Just like that, the two of them held each other's hands and gradually closed their eyes. In the next moment, Noah used the elven language to chant the contract. Cold Steel Queen, demon-slaying holy sword, turn into a steel sword and bestow me with divine power. A brilliant white light flashed from Aster's body, causing her body to turn into light particles and gather in Noah's hand. The elven magic device named Demon Slayer was tightly held in Noah's hand. The blade shone with a silver luster. Feeling the warmth from the Demon Slayer in his hand, Noah opened his eyes and looked in the direction of Lotus. 2 pairs of eyes met in midair, causing the atmosphere in the air to change abruptly. Swoosh! Without any warning, Lotus turned into a shadow and rushed towards Noah's direction. The dense darkness around Lotus' body suddenly poured into the Vorpal sword, causing the pitch-black demonic sword to emit an ominous black light. Just like that, Lotus grabbed the demonic sword that seemed to carry all the darkness in the world. As the demonic sword flickered with an ominous black light, she raised her hand and fiercely stabbed at Noah's chest. She clearly did not use the initial form of the absolute sword technique that could release a lightning-like sudden thrust. However, Lotus' simple thrust caused the demon's sword to transform into a black light. Under the sharp sound of breaking air, it flashed through the air and directly pierced out. Noah's gaze sharpened. Without any hesitation, he raised the holy sword in his hand and suddenly raised it. Ding! Amidst a crisp sound, the sharp thrust that was like a flash of black light was suddenly deflected by the holy sword that was raised upwards. However, in the next moment, the demon's sword that was repelled suddenly turned into a pitch-black lightning with an ominous black light. Absolute sword technique. Initial form purple lightning. The initial form of the absolute sword technique that was not used at the beginning was actually used by Lotus at this time. Thus, the demon's sword that had turned into an ominous black light suddenly stabbed towards Noah's chest with a speed that was more than 100 times faster than before. Noah's heart was fiercely shaken, and he suddenly saw the light. Lotus knew that if she had used the purple lightning at the beginning, she would not have been able to do anything to Noah. Therefore, this strongest sword dancer deliberately rushed forward at the beginning, in order to resolutely launch the purple lightning, at the moment Noah's attack was repelled. With such a fast attack at such a close distance, even Noah almost could not react in time. After he reacted, Noah, in an extremely short moment that was almost impossible to complete, swung his sword and blocked the holy sword in front of him. Ding! Another crisp sound reverberated in the air. The demon's sword that had violently pierced the holy sword in front of it burst forth with an extremely powerful force, heavily impacting it. Noah only felt his sword-wielding arm go numb, and his whole body was unexpectedly sent flying by the sudden attack. The soles of his feet rubbed against the ground, and he slid all the way back. In just a moment, Lotus's physical strength was so strong that she was able to repel Noah with one sword strike. However, that was to be expected. The absolute sword technique sword dance consumed a large amount of divine might when used, and was used to temporarily strengthen the body. Therefore, until the end of using the absolute sword technique, the user's physical strength would be greatly improved. Using divine might to complement the sword technique, and then using divine might to strengthen the body, to reach a transcendent realm, that was the mystery of the absolute sword technique. Because of this, before he lost his authority and ability value, and when his strength reached the peak, enough to be a tyrant in the box, Noah would also use the absolute sword technique. After all, the greater the divine might, the greater the power of the absolute sword technique. Moreover, the absolute sword technique's potential was very high, and when used by Noah, it was definitely enough to kill a god. Of course, After using the power of the Dark Elf King, Lotus, who also had an endless amount of divine might in her hands, and had the title of the strongest sword dancer, the absolute sword technique also became a terrifying technique. However, the hastily erected defense was easily disintegrated, and Noah was directly sent flying. At the same time, Lotus, who had sent Noah flying with a purple lightning, jumped high into the air, and her body surged with an even more dense divine might. Absolute sword technique. Form 2 meteor. Suddenly, Lotus, who had leaped into the air, turned into a meteor falling from the sky, and swooped down like a thunderbolt, rubbing against the atmosphere, and heavily slashing the elven device in her hands at the sliding Noah. Meteor was a derivative of purple lightning. In other words, the second form of the absolute sword technique also had a speed comparable to lightning. In addition, the divine might used was even greater, and with the advantage of falling from the sky, the power and speed of this attack was more than one level higher than purple lightning. However, unlike the first form of purple lightning, the second form of meteor had a way to deal with it. At least, for Noah, who had also mastered the absolute sword technique, that was the case. Clang! A large amount of divine might surged out from Noah's body, and flowed into the holy sword in his hands, causing the silver holy sword to emit a dazzling light. Absolute sword technique. Form 7 biting dragon. The divine might that was poured into the holy sword turned into a spiral of energy, and covered the entire sword body. Immediately, the silver holy sword that carried the spiral of energy flashed like lightning, and welcomed the demon sword that was falling like a meteor. Chapter 1814. Absolute sword technique. Form 2 meteor. Absolute sword technique. Form 7 dragon bite. The demon sword flashing with an unknown black light and the holy sword blooming with a dazzling white light flashed like lightning. On one side was a slash with an astonishing force, like a meteor falling from the sky. On the other side was a sword technique with a spiral-like strength, like a dragon soaring into the sky. The pitch-black demon sword and the silver holy sword both set off a frenzied airflow, fiercely colliding with each other. Clang! Steel collided with steel, and the sound of metal colliding turned into a violent gust of wind. It was as if an explosion had set off a shockwave, shaking in all directions. Pang! The ground at the center of the impact force collapsed like an avalanche, exploding in an instant. Kacha kacha kacha. Cracks like a spider web, spread around the collapsed ground. The astonishing strength was like a typhoon, blowing in all directions, and extinguishing most of the burning sea of fire. The ceiling began to tremble, scattering dust, as if it could collapse at any time. Under such a collision, Noah and Lotus both flew out from the center of the avalanche-like impact, trying to adjust their bodies. After landing on the ground, the soles of their feet rubbed against the ground, and at the same time the ground cracked, they couldn't stop retreating. In just a moment, the distance between the two was pulled apart by more than a few hundred meters. If it wasn't for the fact that the main hall of the sacred hall was really vast, it was afraid that the battle between Noah and Lotus would have already destroyed the building. But even so, the astonishing collision still turned into substantial damage, making the entire main hall of the sacred hall as if it was hit by a typhoon, and couldn't stop shaking. Under such circumstances, Noah used the strength of his feet, and at the same time the ground was crushed, he finally stabilized his body with difficulty. And Noah's hand holding the sword had already begun to tremble. Feeling the numbness and pain in his hand, Noah was really surprised. Undoubtedly, I've already used the dragon bite, that's specifically used against the air, but there's still this level of power that can be used on me. Meteor was an airborne technique. Bite the dragon was an aerial attack. In terms of effect, Noah, who had used the absolute sword skill, should have the upper hand without a doubt. In the end, Lotus's meteor still managed to affect Noah to this extent. One could well imagine how much divine might Lotus had used in that attack. Is this the power of the Dark Elf King? While Noah was still in shock, an air-breaking sound that was hidden in the impact wind that had not yet subsided faintly entered Noah's ears. Noah quickly raised his head and looked ahead. Huff! Lien shouted and once again rushed over explosively. The demon's sword in her hand was surging with black gas. It brought with it an intense darkness as it suddenly flashed past. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, the sword light split apart, stirring up 3 strong winds that almost overlapped with each other as they flashed out. 3 pitch-black sword shadows cut through the sky, like 3 flashes of light, fiercely sweeping towards Noah's direction. Noah was really surprised. Because, in this short period of time, Lotus had used the purple lightning absolute sword skill 3 times in a row. The 3 pitch-black sword flashes directly turned into extremely fast thrusts, almost simultaneously stabbing towards Noah. Those thrusts already faintly had the essence of Sasaki Kojiro's swallow return that Noah had seen in the world of Type Moon. In other words, those 3 consecutive purple lightning strikes at lightning speed impressively had a trace of the realm of magic. Since Lotus was able to use the absolute sword skill to this realm, it was really beyond Noah's expectations. Noah couldn't help but be surprised. At this critical moment, Noah suddenly gathered all the divine might under his feet, releasing it in one breath. Stepping on the explosive pressure, he retreated like a cannonball. Chi! Those 3 flashes of thrusts, 2 of them brushed past Noah's ribs and side abdomen, directly landing in the air. However, the 3rd thrust solidly fell on Noah's shoulder. Puchi! In the tearing sound, the thrusts pierced Noah's shoulder, allowing the pitch-black magic sword to sink into Noah's body. That pain directly turned into a mental impact, causing Noah's mind to be temporarily blank. However, at the same time, Noah's body began to heat up. Although he left his authority in the space between worlds to sublimate, Noah's constitution as a god slayer still existed. And the god slayer not only had the ability to resist curses, but also had the ability to stimulate power hundreds of times stronger than adrenaline when entering the battle state, allowing the god slayer to fight beyond his limit. With this kind of constitution, once the god slayer entered the battle state, no matter how bad the situation was, he would be able to unleash 100% of his combat power, and become more and more courageous as he fought. Lotus's amazing sword dance skill had finally stimulated Noah's fighting spirit, and his body fully entered the battle state. Wang! Suddenly, a violent divine might energy surged out from Noah's body, and then poured into the holy sword in his hand, causing the body of the holy sword to ripple like phosphorescent light. Ultimate sword skill. Form 6, Shattered Fang. The ultimate sword skill that existed only to destroy the opponent's weapon was released in Noah's hand, causing the silver holy sword to turn into a heavy warhammer, and heavily slash down at the pitch-black magic sword that had sunk into his shoulder. Lotus's expression immediately changed. With the divine might energy that Noah poured into the holy sword like a torrent, Lotus had reason to believe. This ultimate sword skill that specialized in destroying the opponent's weapon was definitely enough to shatter her elven device. Lotus immediately gritted her teeth, and poured a large amount of divine might energy into her elven device. Death announcing dark thunder. The pitch-black magic sword that had sunk into Noah's shoulder suddenly burst into a violent electric light. Beep beep beep. The pitch-black lightning burst out from the pitch-black magic sword, and turned into a black lightning strike, covering Noah's entire body. Dong! With Noah and Lotus as the center, the ground was suddenly blasted apart by the black lightning. Countless gravel and debris were stirred up by the shockwave and shot out in all directions like bullets fired from a gun. If there was someone who understood the strongest sword dancer here, they would definitely be able to recognize this lightning strike. It was a long-range attack that Lotus Asubal often used during the Elven Sword Dance Festival 3 years ago. Death announcing dark thunder. After pouring divine might into the magic sword, after the magic sword had transformed it into a dark element lightning strike, and then released it. It was a magic sword skill that belonged to the strongest sword dancer, and could only be released with the help of the magic sword. It was a pity that the nature of this magic sword skill was too close to elven magic. Therefore, in the midst of the lightning strike that was enough to blow up the surrounding area, Noah, who had an incant-like resistance to spells, directly ignored the crazy lightning strike, and the holy sword in his hand, which also had an amazing anti-magic effect, suddenly slashed down. Puchi! The pitch-black lightning was cleanly split by the silver holy sword. What? Lotus was shocked. At this time, the silver holy sword with a dazzling light had already cut through the pitch-black lightning and fell on the magic sword that had sunk into Noah's shoulder. Clang! Along with the sound of a halberd, the silver holy sword carried an extremely dazzling light, cutting the pitch-black demon's sword in half. Bang! The fragments of the pitch-black magic sword exploded in the air like sparks. The most powerful Dark Elf's magic equipment, the legendary most powerful sword dancer's magic sword, finally shattered under the slash of the most powerful sword elf, under the power of the most powerful sword elf's ultimate sword skill that specialized in destroying weapons. Lysia! Lotus cried out in alarm. Immediately afterward, the silver holy sword rose up and pierced toward Lotus's direction. Ultimate sword skill. Primary form purple lightning. The lightning-fast sword directly pierced through like a beam of light and landed heavily on Lotus's abdomen. Bang! Amidst the muffled sound, Lotus was sent flying like a rubber ball. Her entire body trembled as she was sent flying. After crashing into the ground, she continued to slide for a distance before finally coming to a stop. Chapter 18:15. The whole place suddenly went silent. With a poochie sound, Noah pulled out the shard of the black magic sword that was still in his shoulder and threw it on the ground, making a clang sound. Huff! The pain from his shoulder made Noah gasp for breath, then he raised his eyes and looked forward. Ugh! Lotus covered her abdomen, feeling the pain from above, her delicate face was dripping with sweat. It was easy to imagine how much damage the two of them had suffered. This was the result of Noah and Lotus not materializing their elven devices and turning all the damage into mental attacks. If they had materialized their elven devices and turned them into real weapons, then there would have been a wound on their bodies, right? But even if that was the case, it didn't mean that the battle was over. Resisting the pain from her abdomen, Lotus struggled to get up from the ground, turned her eyes to Noah, met Noah's gaze, and raised one of her hands. Clang! A dazzling pitch-black light suddenly shone from the back of Lotus's raised hand, and an elven mark suddenly appeared. The elven mark burst out with black lightning. Amidst the pitch-black lightning, the pitch-black devil's sword took shape once again. Lotus held it tightly in her hand, and the sword emitted an ominous light. Looking at this scene, Noah secretly said in his heart, "Sure enough, it's not that simple." The elven device wasn't an ordinary weapon, but a tool created by the elves themselves. In other words, as long as the contracted elves weren't destroyed, and the elven user's divine power wasn't exhausted, then even if the elven device was destroyed, it could be summoned again. Of course, if the elven device was destroyed, then the contracted elves would consume a lot of energy. If the elves themselves were exhausted, then it was very likely that they would directly disappear. Obviously, as the highest-ranking Dark Elf, Celestia still had energy left. Therefore, Lotus once again materialized the Vorpal sword, pointed it at Noah and said, "You're much stronger than I thought." Hearing this, Noah laughed bitterly. Same here. Only at this moment did Noah understand why Lotus was called the strongest sword dancer by others. This young girl's attainments in swordsmanship had already reached an astonishing level. Just like Sasaki Kojiro's Swallow Return, she was able to use the purple lightning 3 times in a row at the same time. Noah could only avoid the first 2 strikes, but the third strike was impossible to avoid, and he was directly stabbed. From this, it could be seen how superb Ren's sword skills were. At the very least, Lotus's performance had reached a point where even Noah could not help but be surprised. In Noah's opinion, among all the people he had met so far, the one with the highest attainments in swordsmanship was undoubtedly Tony, who had usurped the authority of the god of swords. That battle maniac may be stupid, but the amount of effort he put into his sword skills was not just a little bit. It was to the extent that he could even cut a drop of rain in half. He had comprehended the mind's eye and the mind's sword of tranquility, reaching the realm where no move beats a move. Even Luo Hao, who was said to be unparalleled in martial arts in China, claimed that in terms of swordsmanship alone, Tony was not below her, and was enough to stand at the top of the world. this was enough to prove everything. Therefore, of course, Tony's swordsmanship had always occupied the highest position in Noah's heart. However, now, this ranking would probably have to be slightly changed. In terms of swordsmanship alone, Lotus's swordsmanship was not below Tony's. Not to mention, the absolute sword skill was not a simple swordsmanship, but a swordsmanship combined with the energy of Kamui. The stronger the Kamui used, the stronger the power, and it could also strengthen the body while using it. In terms of swordsmanship, even Tony would have to kneel in front of Lotus, right? In this way, how could Noah not be surprised? However, this was far from the end. At least, as an elf envoy who came from the same sect, Noah knew that Lotus still had a trump card that she had not used yet. Thinking of this, Noah clenched the demon slayer and looked at Lotus with flickering eyes. It's time to determine the winner, right? This sentence also made Lotus's eyes flicker. After a while, Lotus's eyes became sharp and she said, "That's right, since my demon sword skill is ineffective against you, and the swordsmanship comes from the same sect as yours, it's not a good idea to continue like this. It's indeed time to determine the winner." Saying this, Lotus slowly poured Kamui energy into the demon's sword in her hand, stared at Noah, and said so. "You should know what my biggest trump card is, right?" Lotus's words made Noah whisper. "Ardent Flower Spiral Sword Dance." Ardent Flower Spiral Sword Dance. It was the 9th form of the ultimate sword dance technique, also known as form break. It was the most powerful technique among the ultimate sword techniques. After all, it was not a sword technique that was developed to deal with elf envoys, but a destructive sword technique used to defeat large elves. That sword technique could not only strengthen the elf envoy's body to the extreme, but it could also be used to suppress demon god envoys. It was because of this sword technique that Grey Vath was known as the strongest elf envoy in the continent. In the past, she had single-handedly suppressed a small country and killed a demon god envoys, becoming a legend. Of course, such a sword technique, in the hands of Lotus who had the power of the Dark Elf Queen, could kill a mythical-level elf or even the Elf King in one hit, let alone a demon god envoys. Therefore, that was undoubtedly Lotus' trump card. That was originally a two-blade sword technique, but you and I can use an elf device to recreate it. Lotus stared straight at Noah. So, I will pour everything I have into the next move, and use this move to determine the winner. After saying that, Lotus took a step forward and tightly held the hilt of her sword with both hands. The tip of the sword drooped down, and her eyes bloomed with unprecedented awe. An extremely dense darkness appeared out of nowhere in the space around Lotus, and like streams of dark air, it poured into Lotus' body, turning into endless divine power, and poured into the demon's sword in her hand. An intense pitch-black light immediately blossomed from the demonic sword. At this moment, Noah's body suddenly tensed up. Immediately, Lotus' body suddenly burst out, like a gust of wind, and rushed in front of Noah, the divine power gathered on the demon's sword skyrocketing. Ultimate Sword Dance. Form Breaker Ardent Flower Spiral Sword Dance 36 consecutive slashes. The pitch-black demonic sword turned into streaks of swordlight that gushed out like a storm, enveloping Noah's location. Noah seemed to have been pulled into a world of swords, with sword light flashing from all directions. In just a moment, the storm-like continuous sword dance bloomed in front of Noah. Therefore, Noah understood. This move was the real demon sword. Compared to the Ardent Flower Spiral sword dance used by Lotus, Sasaki Kojiro's Swallow Return could only admit defeat. Because Sasaki Kojiro's Swallow Return could only make 3 slashes at the same time. But Lotus, at this moment, made a total of 36 slashes. So amazing! Unfortunately, Lotus did not know. Although the Form Breaker Ardent Flower Spiral Sword Dance was the most powerful move in the Ultimate Sword Dance, it was not the strongest move. Lotus did not learn the true meaning of the Ultimate Sword Dance. Noah, on the other hand, had learned. When he obtained the qualification to participate in the Elven Sword Dance Festival, Gray, who developed the Ultimate Sword Dance, taught him personally. Wang. The terrifying divine power rose from Noah's body, turning into a burning flame, and rushed into the air. Clang! Following a crisp clang, the silver holy sword transformed into a streak of light that abruptly slashed through the air, repelling the torrential storm of swords. Then, the enormous divine power that was poured into the demonic sword by Lotus to release the ardent spiraling sword dance was forcefully pulled onto the silver holy sword by an invisible force, causing the silver holy sword to suddenly flash with a shocking white light. Ultimate sword dance. Ultimate form, heaven's ultimate flash. The shocking white light turned into a cold flash, and when Lotus's pupils shrunk to the size of a needle, it pierced through the sky, and directly penetrated Lotus' body. Chapter 18:16. Puchi. The sound of the sharp blade piercing through the body could be clearly heard. The demon slayer, which had turned into a flash of light, pierced into Lotus' chest without any suspense. It then exited from Lotus' back with a dazzling radiance that could pierce through one's eyes. The unimaginable damage turned into a mental attack, causing Lotus's body to tremble violently. Her mind was in a mess, as if it had been turned upside down. Under such an impact, the vorpal sword in Lotus's hand slowly slid to the ground. Clang! With a crisp sound, the pitch-black demon sword knocked on the ground and fell there. Cough! Lotus violently coughed, coughing out a trace of blood, causing the corners of her mouth to be stained with blood. The ultimate secret of the absolute sword skill, the most powerful counterattack skill called the ultimate heaven flash, caused a great deal of damage. Under the condition of being transformed into a mental attack, Lotus's lungs constricted due to the severe concussion, squeezing out blood. Such a terrifying attack caused Lotus' body to tremble, and she gradually fell to the ground. Her consciousness had already begun to blur. Her body had completely lost its strength. Lotus could only force herself to maintain the last trace of consciousness, and try her best to raise her head and look forward. There, Noah was holding the silver holy sword, and was also violently gasping for breath. Of course, Noah was not tired. Ever since he obtained the third perpetual motion machine, Noah's physical strength had become endless, and his body would not feel tired at all. The reason why Noah was violently gasping for breath was completely because of the pain that came from every corner of his body. Don't forget, although the absolute sword skill had endless uses, it also had a side effect. After using it, it would cause a huge burden on the body. In the past, Noah relied on the ability points to ignore the burden of using the absolute sword skill. Now, without the ability points, it was naturally impossible to ignore the burden of the absolute sword skill on the body. However, different absolute sword skills caused different burdens on the body. For example, before the absolute sword skill was broken, Noah relied on the body that he had trained for the past few years to use it without any scruples, but if he used the absolute sword skill, then there was no way to not bear the burden of the absolute sword skill. And the absolute sword skill's ultimate form caused more burdens on the body than the absolute sword skill. After using the absolute sword skill's ultimate form, although Noah's body was not to the point where he could not move, there was pain all over his body, causing him to involuntarily start to frown and gasp for breath. Looking at Noah in this state, Lotus squeezed out a voice with difficulty. What is that?" Hearing this, Noah heard, while panting, he lowered his eyes, and looked at Lotus who was in front of him. After a moment of silence, he spoke. "That is the ultimate profound meaning of the absolute sword skill, ultimate heavenly flash." "Profound?" Lotus said in disbelief. "Isn't the ultimate form of the absolute sword skill, ardent flower spiral sword dance?" "At first, I thought so too, until later, Grey Vaz told me that the ultimate form of the absolute sword skill is not the ultimate destructive sword skill like ardent flower spiral sword dance, but a counterattack skill that will definitely kill." Noah stared at Lotus and said, "To be able to completely absorb the power of the opponent's move, and then combine it with one's own power to form the strongest attack, that is the true ultimate form of the absolute sword skill." "Is that so?" Lotus was speechless and smiled bitterly. So, Grey Vaz was hiding such an ultimate form? It's not that Grey Vase didn't want to teach you, but the use of the absolute sword skill will put a burden on the body, you should be very clear about this. Noah raised one of his hands, that hand was twitching. The broken form of Ardent Flower Spiral Sword Dance will already put a huge burden on the body, so you haven't used it yet, let alone the ultimate form of absolute sword skill. With the strength of your body 3 years ago, you wouldn't be able to withstand that move, so Grey Vase didn't plan to teach it to you. After all, 3 years ago, Lotus was only a 14-year-old girl. Even if she went through the training of the Academy and Grey Vase, how strong could a child's body be? In addition, a female's body was inherently weaker than a male's, so it was not without reason that Grey Vase didn't teach Lotus the absolute sword skill. Even Noah's body twitched like this after using the absolute sword skill. If Lotus used it, she might even lose her life. That's why it was so dangerous. Thanks to this, I can defeat you like this. Noah lowered his twitching arm, looked at Lotus, and said, "You've lost, the strongest sword dancer." The entire place fell silent. Lotus was silent. After a while, Lotus closed her eyes. "You're right, I've lost," Lotus said with a calm expression. "You can take what belongs to you at any time." Hearing Lotus's words, Noah shifted his gaze and looked at Lotus's heart. There, only Noah could see a piece of feather floating in Lotus's heart like an illusion. It was because of this piece of feather that Lotus was able to obtain the power that was theoretically impossible for humans and perfectly control it. If Noah took that piece of feather away, Lotus's body would be instantly devoured by the power of the Dark Elf King and turned into a mass of resentment, right? Despite knowing this, Lotus's pretty face didn't show the slightest trace of fear. Instead, there was an indescribable sense of relief. Because, this is the end of what Lotus can do. Since birth, Lotus's entire life has been changed because of the existence of that piece of feather. Until now, she has been unable to break free of her fate. Because of the existence of the world fragment, Lotus was chosen by the Dark Elf King, who should have been a human male, and became the first female demon king in history. From that moment on, Lotus's fate was changed. Because of the power of the Dark Elf King, Lotus was abandoned by her parents. Because of the power of the Dark Elf King, Lotus was trained as a tool by the Teaching Institute. Similarly, because of the power of the Dark Elf King, Lotus was forced to become the Demon King. She may become the enemy of the 5 Elf Kings and even become the center of a dispute comparable to the ancient Elven War. At that time, who knows how many people will suffer because of this? Lotus has no way to change all of this. Therefore, after Noah appeared, Lotus showed a strong attachment to Noah. Lotus once said this to Noah. "Since you took the liberty of lodging in my body and changed my life and fate, then, if you want to leave, you have to ask for my permission." This is the will that Lotus wants to express. Since life is destined from the beginning, the result must be decided by oneself. In the face of an unchangeable fate, Lotus chose what she wanted to do the most. That is, to do her best to prove herself. Thinking of this, Noah looked at Lotus, who was quietly closing her eyes, and opened his mouth. However, just as Noah was about to say something, a pitch-black lightning suddenly cut through the space and shot in the direction of Noah. Noah almost reflexively raised his arm and forced his body, which was still in pain, to suddenly swing his sword. Bang! The pitch-black lightning was suddenly hit by the silver holy sword and exploded like sparks, turning into pitch-black electric current, scattering to the surroundings. The sudden movement made Lotus open her eyes. In the next second, a figure with a black feather appeared in front of Lotus. "I won't let you touch Lotus." Lestia opened her arms and stood in front of Lotus. Her dusk-like eyes stared intently at Noah, and a resolute look appeared in her eyes. "Only if you kill me." "Lesia?" Lotus stood up in surprise. "You, don't talk." Lesia did not turn her head. Only Noah could see the sad expression on her face. "If you want me to get out of the way, then don't talk. I won't listen even if you say it." "Lesia." For the first time, Lotus's eyes wavered. Her expression became extremely complicated. Lesia, who did not see Lotus's expression, stared at Noah. She pointed a finger at him, and pitch-black electric light flashed on her white arm. I know, without Lotus, I am absolutely no match for you. Lysia looked straight at Noah. But, if you want to attack Lotus, then you have to kill me first. Lysia's whole body began to flash with pitch-black electric light. Chapter 18:17. Beep, beep, beep. Amidst the chaotic sound of electric shocks, Lysia's entire body was surging with intense black electric light, rendering the figure of the dark elf who stood at the highest position in her dark dress to look like the goddess of darkness who controlled lightning. She was extremely beautiful and heroic. However, in Noah's eyes, Celestia's power was just a bluff. As long as she lightly waved her sword, she would be able to cut the black lightning and the dark goddess into two halves. That was not a metaphor. Although Celestia was the dark elf of the highest rank, compared to an existence like Noah, it was really just a matter of time. Even if he lost his authority, sovereignty, and ability value, with the unlimited energy from the third perpetual motion machine and the elven device that was comparable to the Elven King's power, Noah's power could still reach 4 digits. He was on the same level as the Elven Kings who ruled this world like gods. Compared to Noah, the power of the highest rank dark elf was like a joke that could be wiped out in the blink of an eye. Even if Celestia was created by the Dark Elf King and had the will of the Dark Elf King and was responsible for guiding the existence of the Demon King, it was still the same. Presumably, Celestia was also very clear about this. No matter what, facing someone who could defeat Lotus who had the power of the Dark Elf King, it was absolutely impossible for her to win. However, even if this was the case, it was not a reason for Celestia to obediently watch Lotus be dealt with by Noah. Noah was also very clear about this. If he really wanted to take away the world fragment from Lotus, Celestia would definitely resist with all her might. In the end, if he did not kill Celestia, he would not be able to take away the world fragment from Lotus. Looking at the stubbornness in Celestia's eyes, Noah sighed. Enough. Put away your hostility. I don't intend to take away the world fragment from Lotus's body now. Celestia was startled. It was not only Celestia, but Lotus was also startled. Under the startled gazes of Lotus and Celestia, Noah said. Right now, I don't have the means to safely extract a world fragment from a person's body, unless I dig out Lotus' heart. But if I do that, Lotus will definitely die. Since that's the case, I have no reason to do it under such circumstances. Upon hearing this, Lysia reacted. She stared at Noah, but the vigilance on her face did not disappear. Instead, it was Lien who spoke with a deep frown on her face. Then you can take out my heart. I've already lost, so I won't resist. These words were mercilessly blocked by Noah. Whether you die or not is your own business. My mood is more important. Noah curled his lips. You want me to kill a guy who has no enmity with me and is not annoying in order to get something? I won't even be able to sleep well. Then, what do you plan to do? Lestia stared straight at Noah. Don't tell me you want to give that world fragment to Lotus. It's impossible to give it to Lotus. The importance of that thing isn't something you can imagine. If I don't take it out and let it return to its original state, countless lives will be lost, Noah said. But it's not something that can be solved in a hurry. So, I'll leave the world fragment with you for now. When I need it, I'll come back for it. Before that, you should explore the power in your body and try to use your own ability to control the power of the Dark Elf King. Noah glanced at Lotus. Even if you don't mind being devoured by the power of the Dark Elf King, you should think carefully about who will be sad for you if you die. Lotus had nothing more to say. On the other hand, Celestia relaxed. She turned around, squatted down, and helped Lotus up. Looking at this scene, Noah lifted his head and shifted his gaze in another direction, looking at a corner of the sea of fire that was slowly burning around him. The show is over. It's about time for you to come out, right? As his voice fell, the sea of fire in front of him seemed to have expanded a little and burned even more fiercely. Then, the elf of calamity slowly walked out of the sea of fire. She glanced at Lotus, who was supported by Celestia, then at Noah, and her cold voice echoed. "Since you're done with your task, you should give me an answer." "I'll say it one more time." Lubia extended her hand toward Noah and Lotus. "Lend me your power and fight against this world with me." Hearing this, Noah slightly frowned. "Not only me, but you're also invited." Noah looked at Lotus and asked. "Aren't you in cahoots?" "We're just working together." "We're not in cahoots," Lotus shook her head. "What I want is the same as her, but the methods we use are different." This was not the first time Noah heard this sentence. Lubia Elstian also said that her goal is to destroy the Elf King, but you want to save the Elf King. Moreover, you want to save the Elf King who has gone mad, Noah continued to ask. "Then what's going on?" Lotus immediately lowered her head and fell silent. Even Lubia just quietly looked at Noah without saying a word. In the end, it was Celestia who was silent for a while and suddenly spoke. "I think you don't know that other than the human world and the elf world, there's a third world in this world, right?" "A third world?" Noah was stunned and then said in surprise. "Other than the human world and the elemental elf world, there's a third world?" "That's right. We don't know what that world is like, so we just called it the other world," Celestia bit her lip and said. "But one day, without us knowing when, the door to the other world opened. And from the door, the other world's darkness flowed out." When the word darkness came out of Celestia's mouth, Noah clearly saw it. Whether it was Lotus or Lubia, their eyes were extremely heavy, and there was even a faint trace of fear. Noticing this, even Noah couldn't help but feel nervous. What exactly is it that can make the Demon King and the Saintess feel fear? What is this so-called darkness? Celestia didn't know if she could sense Noah's thoughts, but she opened her mouth and said. "The other world's darkness can make the elves go mad, even the Elf King." With this, Noah understood everything. Could it be? Noah said with uncertainty. "The Elf Kings have all gone mad because of the other world's darkness?" Celestia didn't answer. But from the serious expressions of Lotus, Lubia, and Celestia, Noah already knew the answer. If this continues, both the human world and the elemental elf world will be destroyed by the Elf King. Lubia clenched her fists, and for the first time, a clear emotion appeared on her indifferent face. "When I was still an elf concubine, I realized this fact, so I betrayed the Elf King and decided to destroy him. I want to create a world without elves and put an end to the other world's darkness so that humans can live. However, destroying the Elf King will not save the world at all," Lotus said in a voice that did not contain any confusion. "Once the Elf King is destroyed, the consequences will be unimaginable. That's not saving at all. Unlike Lubia, Lotus and I want to save the Elf King who has gone mad," Celestia continued Lotus's words. "As long as we can save the Elf King, we can save everything. Even if we can save the Elf King, it will only delay the destruction of the world," Lubia said coldly. "As long as the Elf King still exists, the other world's darkness can once again erode their personality and make them go mad. Only by destroying the Elf King can we save the world and put an end to the other world's darkness." At this moment, Noah's gift card suddenly flashed in front of them. A piece of L4 was released from the gift card. The L4 flashed with a dazzling light, and an elf girl appeared in front of everyone. Immediately after, the elven girl hugged Noah fiercely. Her face was filled with intense fear as she cried out. "Darkness! Darkness! Darkness is devouring me, devouring me." Chapter 18:18. The sudden appearance of the elven girl stunned everyone present. However, the elven girl only hugged Noah tightly as if he was her savior. Undoubtedly, her body was petite, but her strength was so great that it made Noah feel some pain. Under such circumstances, the elf maiden's entire body trembled. Her face was filled with fear, as though she was a child who had a nightmare. She sobbed softly and murmured. "Darkness! Darkness is approaching, darkness." Noah was really surprised. Could it be that this elven girl was related to the darkness of the other world? On the other side, seeing the elven girl who suddenly appeared and hugged Noah tightly, Lotus and Celestia were both shocked. That child, could it be, what? Noah hugged the elven girl and turned his gaze to Lotus and Celestia. Do you know this child? Lotus and Celestia looked at each other and could see the surprise in each other's eyes. Then, Lotus said. Don't you know who this child is? If I knew, I wouldn't ask you, Noah said mercilessly. But you too, how do you know this child? No, we don't know her. To be more precise, we have seen her before. Celestia's voice still had a trace of surprise. You don't know, but when Lotus won the Elven Sword Dance Festival 3 years ago, I had already told her about the darkness and told her to assassinate the Elven King when she made a wish to him. At that time, Lotus successfully eliminated one of the 5 Elven Kings who had gone berserk, freeing the Elven King's original personality. You. What did you say? Noah seemed to understand what Celestia wanted to say and was extremely shocked. Could it be that this child is, it shouldn't be wrong, Celestia and I have seen her 3 years ago. Lotus looked at the elven girl closely. This child is the Water Elven King Isalia Shiva. As soon as she finished speaking. Bang! An abnormally violent flame suddenly ignited and turned into a huge fireball, shooting in the direction of Noah. No! The target of the fireball was not Noah, but the trembling elven maiden who was hugging Noah tightly. The huge fireball was like a burning meteorite. Its size was comparable to a huge rock that could crush a human body, and it carried a shocking amount of heat. While the surrounding area was dyed a fiery red, it swept towards the elven girl. Once hit by such a huge fireball, not to mention a person, even a dragon would be burned to ashes, right? With the elven girl's current powerless body, there was no way she could withstand that level of attack. Once he was hit, he would die. Clang! Just as the huge meteor-like fireball was about to land on the elven girl's body, the elven magic equipment named Demon Slayer let out a crisp sword cry and turned into a ray of sword light, slashing through the huge fireball. Slash! Like a human body being cut open, the fireball was cut in half by the holy sword, which had absolute magic resistance, and dissipated with a tearing sound. Noah, who had cut the huge fireball in half, raised his head and looked at Lubia with an unpleasant expression. The attack just now was released by Lubia. Immediately, Noah took a deep breath and looked at Lubia coldly. What are you doing? Noah didn't get an explanation from Lubia for his question. I didn't expect to see the Water Elven King here. This is great. Lubia's pair of flame-like red eyes were fixed on the elven girl, and her voice was unprecedentedly cold. Although there seems to be a problem, this is a good opportunity. Suddenly, a scorching aura was continuously fluctuating from Lubia's body. Sensing the terrifying aura, Lotus and Lestia both reacted. Lubia. Lotus turned her gaze to Lubia, but her expression became quite serious. Do you want to destroy the Water Elven King here? That's right. Lubia stepped on the scorching flames and began to walk towards Noah and the elven girl. I won't miss such a rare opportunity. Lotus Asubble, you better not get in my way. I don't want to lose the precious battle force that can fight against the Elven King. Not only did Lotus not listen to Lubia's words, but she also took a step forward. However, her body, which had been hit by the ultimate sky flash, had not fully recovered. Lotus's body went limp and she directly knelt on the ground. Run. Lestia hurriedly supported Run. Don't force yourself. Although it's only a mental injury, your body has not recovered yet. Lotus immediately bit her lips and showed an unwilling expression. She could only watch as Lubia walked towards the elven girl. The elven girl, on the other hand, still did not seem to feel any danger. She hugged Noah tightly and murmured with a face full of fear. Darkness. Darkness, due to the loss of her memories and power, the elven girl did not remember her identity. However, when she learned about the existence of darkness from Lotus, Lubia, and Lestia, it seemed to have stimulated the elven girl's past memories and awakened the deepest fear in her heart. Noah knew that the elven girl, whose memories had been stimulated, had completely lost her calm at this moment. This could be felt from the way the other party hugged him tightly and trembled all the time. Thus, Noah whispered to the elven girl. "I'm sorry, you should rest first." After that, Noah reached out a hand and pressed hard on the elven girl's neck. Ugh! The elven girl immediately groaned. Her body went limp and her eyes closed as she fainted. Noah hugged the elven girl's petite body and took out the elven ore once again. Hum! A ray of light flashed from the elven ore and enveloped the elven girl. The elven girl turned into light particles and was slowly absorbed by the elven ore. Then, Noah took out the gift card and stored the elven ore before letting the card disappear into the air. Seeing this, Lubia finally stopped and turned her red eyes towards Noah. "Do you intend to obstruct me?" Noah did not answer. Instead, he met Lubia's gaze and said indifferently. "Have you asked if I agree to you taking people from me, or even killing them?" "That is a threat to the world," Lubia said coldly. "Do you want to see the world destroyed by the Elven Kings?" "That is not a threat to the world, but a threat to humans." Noah smirked. "You talk about the world, and you talk about saving the world. If killing people could save the world, I would have become a man-killer fiend long ago." Saying this, Noah looked at Lubia without any emotion in his deep, dark eyes. "Who do you think you are to talk about the future of the world in front of me?" Lubia did not say anything else. However, the eyes of the elven girl of Calamity were filled with murderous intent as she looked at Noah. "If that is the case, then disappear from my sight." As soon as she finished speaking, a violent flame rose from Lubia's body and shot into the air like a pillar of fire. The pillars of fire gradually twisted in mid-air and gradually transformed into huge fireballs. They were like miniature suns, suspended in the air. "I won't show you any mercy, Noah Dole." Lubia's voice echoed in the air. "Let me see what kind of power you can bring out to fight the Saintess after fighting the Demon King." Following Lubia's voice, the huge fireballs in the air suddenly trembled and turned into cannonballs. Like a meteor shower, they shot towards Noah's direction. His vision was filled with the color of the flames. His skin was sweating under the shocking heat. Noah stared at the flame barrage that descended like a meteor shower, and a terrifying light flashed in his eyes. Chapter 18-19. The scorching flames seemed to be able to incinerate the space around them. With an astonishing amount of heat, they turned into huge fireballs. Like miniature suns falling from the sky, they violently fell from the sky and violently shot towards Noah. Noah's pitch-black eyes had long been dyed a fiery red by the luster of the flames. They looked like intoxicating gems. Facing the flames that could instantly incinerate the surrounding area, Noah's expression did not waver at all. He only took a deep breath of scorching hot air, and his body surged with an enormous amount of divine might. In the next second, Noah actually ignored the huge fireballs falling from the sky. With a loud thud, he violently shot towards Lubia's direction like a bullet. "Do you plan to take me down directly?" Lubia calmly asked. "Do you think it'll be so easy?" While saying this, Lubia raised one of her hands. As if she was forming some kind of hand seal, her fingers constantly drew in the air. Suddenly, the huge fireballs falling from the sky paused and abruptly changed their direction. As if they had eyes, they madly fell towards Noah, who was rushing towards Lubia. In the blink of an eye, the first huge fireball arrived above Noah's head and mercilessly smashed down. "Be careful!" Lotus and Restia almost subconsciously cried out in alarm. However, before Lotus and Restia could say anything, Noah abruptly dodged to the side without any warning. Bang! The scorching huge fireball crashed onto the ground and exploded like a heavy meteorite. A surging wave of fire turned into a surging explosion of flames, shaking the ground that had been blasted open. It was mixed with a shocking shockwave, exploding in all directions. Scorched smoke rose from the ground that was covered by the wave of fire. The place that was hit by the fireball turned into a small volcanic crater. There were even flames rising from it. Noah acted as if he did not feel anything. His pair of eyes did not fluctuate in the slightest. His body violently dashed forward while constantly crossing paths. During this time, one after another, huge fireballs fell from the sky one after another. Bang 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 bang. Amidst a series of continuous explosions, huge fireballs fell from the sky and struck the ground one after another. Intense flames exploded, causing the scorching waves of fire to surge in all directions like a roaring torrent. Although its power was astonishing, it was useless if it missed. Noah dodged the falling fireballs with extreme precision. His body flickered like a phantom as he dodged the falling fireballs one after another. Instead of retreating, he charged forward like a thunderbolt towards Lubia's direction. Seeing how Noah accurately avoided all the fireballs, Lubia was somewhat surprised. He actually dodged all of them. What Lubia didn't know was that Noah had superb senses. It wasn't strange for him to avoid all long-range attacks like this. While Lubia was still feeling surprised, Noah's body suddenly trembled. His speed suddenly increased by more than 100 times. Like a bolt of lightning, he charged towards Lubia. Ultimate sword skill. Initial form purple lightning. The silver holy sword transformed into a sudden thrust at lightning speed. Like a running thunderbolt, it flashed through the air, causing a sharp sound of breaking the air. At such a close distance, it was impossible for Lubia to dodge the Godspeed thrust. Puchi. As if her body had been pierced through, the silver holy sword mercilessly pierced through Lubia's body. However, there was no trace of joy on Noah's face. Instead, his expression turned serious. He abruptly turned around and swung his sword at his back. Puchi. The same tearing sound was heard again. However, this time, it was not the sound of the holy sword piercing through a human body. Instead, it was the sound of surging flames being suddenly cut off. Unknowingly, a wave of scorching flames surged towards Noah's back. Noah turned around and slashed with his sword, causing it to dissipate into the air. Within the flames, Lubia's cold voice slowly sounded. Did you see through it? After saying that, Lubia's figure emerged from the flames that had been cut off. As for Lubia, whose body had been pierced through by Noah's purple lightning, it was like a mirage. With a twist, it disappeared. Using the steam generated by the burning flames to create an illusion. Your control of flames is beyond my expectations. Noah looked at Lubia and said calmly. However, if you intend to use this trick to save the world, I advise you to give up on your laughable ideals. Don't worry. Lubia looked coldly at Noah. What kind of power do I have? I'll show it to you later. The flames that had been burning around Lubia's body suddenly went berserk. Let me show you the most powerful spirit of the fire element, the god-killing flame. The raging flames that rose from Lubia's body suddenly surged and turned into a flaming light, gradually transforming into a different form. Amidst the flames, a gigantic flame giant with a red lotus wrapped around its body slowly appeared. It stood behind Lubia with an indomitable spirit. Looking at the flame giant, Noah's eyes flickered. Is that the most powerful flame spirit that the Elf of Calamity stole from the Elf King of Fire's sacrificial hall? The god-killing flame. It was known as the most powerful flame in the world of elemental spirits. If the Elf King of Fire was a god that controlled the element of fire, then the flame giant in front of him was the most powerful existence of the element of fire. Apart from the Elf King of Fire, no one could be more powerful than the flame giant in front of him. Although it was defeated by the Elf King and was sealed by him, the god-killing flame was definitely worthy of its name. It was a mythical spirit that far surpassed the demon god-level spirits. In terms of the power of the elves, the god-killing flame was many times more powerful than Lestia. Although it's not like the previous saintess who has the most powerful sword spirit that even the Elf King is afraid of, this most powerful flame spirit should be enough to catch your eye, right? After saying that, Lubia softly chanted a contract in the language of the elves. The red lotus giant standing behind Lubia suddenly turned into a stream of flames that flowed into Lubia's raised hand and transformed into a sword. It was a magic sword that was completely red in color and burning with scorching flames. This is the most powerful elven equipment of the fire element Levitain. Rubia looked up and her gaze landed on Noah's body. Come and test its power, Noah Dole. She didn't give Noah time to reply. In the next moment, Lubia suddenly swung down the true red demonic sword that she had raised high. Bang! A muffled explosion suddenly sounded. The red magic sword released a frenzied flame that was like a tornado. It rubbed against the air and brought about vibrating sparks as it shot toward Noah. Bang, 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 bang. The flaming tornado tore open the ground and flipped over the bricks and tiles of the sacred hall. It carried a terrifying heat as it swept toward Noah. Such a terrifying aura made Noah's face darken. However, Noah didn't retreat. Instead, he advanced like an arrow that was released from a bow. He fearlessly welcomed the flaming tornado that was shooting toward him. Clang! Endless divine might poured into the demon slayer, causing the sword to emit a dazzling light. Like a whirlwind, it fiercely struck forward. Boom! A roar suddenly sounded. The flaming tornado exploded, completely turning into a surging wave of fire, rolling out in all directions. The rolling wave of fire didn't attack the surroundings. Instead, it seemed to be pulled by an invisible force and flowed in a direction like a whirlpool. Over there, the silver holy sword vibrated with a phosphorescent divine might, absorbing all of the surging waves of fire and covering the sword. Immediately, Noah's figure swept out from the surging wave of fire. Under Lubia's gaze, he rushed in front of her. Ultimate sword technique. Form 4 Flame Slash. The holy sword that carried raging flames was like a thunderbolt as it slashed down.